Okay, perfect. That's it.
If it depends on where they sit, how I'll sit. I don't want to talk with my back to you the whole night.
So maybe you want to step up? Thank you, sir.
Testing. So it's a mic. This mic work.
Should be good.
That's my.
Oh. You go? The mics aren't working. Okay. They were muted. Okay, we should be good?
No, the podium doesn't have,
Podium?
okay, it's on now.
Podium work, but this micro not work.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I am Kenny Quang, a Vice Chair of the Quantity Management Committee. And today we come here and welcome all of you here today. Actually, we start at 4 o'clock, but now a little bit late, 15 minutes. So now we roll call. Yeah. Okay. First, Mr. Chan Minh Nguyen, the Quantity Committee member. And next one is Văn Công Mang. And the next one is Mr. Aiden. And then Bob Harrison and Korat Godme. And we call all of you here today, and we start now for ethnic training for our committee member. Thank you all.
We do have one public speaker.
I'll do the same as him. Good afternoon, Terry Raines, Westminster. I hope you all had a great 4th of July weekend and truly celebrated America's independence and the very freedoms you enjoy as a citizen of this great country. I hope you took time out yesterday to remember and give thanks to the brave soldiers who fought so valiantly for America's freedom and over 58,000 American soldiers who paid the ultimate sacrifice fighting for your freedom in Vietnam. America welcomed you here as refugees when the war ended and gave so much to you. Please don't ever forget that. I am extremely disappointed with this committee's failure to comply with the mandatory AB 1234 ethics training. Every member of this committee was directed to complete this required training online before being sworn in as a committee member back in October 2021. Yet only Bob Harrison, Conrad Gomez, Son Do, and later Dr. Quan Nguyen fully complied. The rest of you never bothered to even try, other than a couple of members who went through it but did it in less than the 2-hour minimum time, therefore invalidating their certificates. You have all been reminded of this requirement repeatedly over the last 8 months and ordered by the city attorney, city council, and city staff to complete it, but you have continued to ignore them all. Do you really feel you are above the laws of the state of California and the policies of the city of Westminster? Newsflash, you are not. Many of the members who failed to complete the training are the same ones who have been constantly violating the Code of Ethics and laws under the Brown Act. For example, no battle participant list was included in today's agenda pack, but one was distributed to certain certain committee members via private email at 9:15 a.m. this morning. I have never seen such total disrespect and defiance by any group of committee or commission members here in Westminster. You should be grateful for the opportunity to serve and show the utmost respect for our laws, policies, city staff, and residents. But instead, you flippantly disregard all direction and authority. Shame on you. Why do I care? Because I'm a resident and taxpayer of this city. The online training you were supposed to complete is provided at no cost to the city. Your outright defiance and refusal to complete this training has cost the city thousands of dollars, both in trying to get you to complete it over the last 8 months, and now today with this special 2-hour session where we have to pay the city staff and the city attorney to conduct this training that you were supposed to complete for free over 8 months ago. Again, the sheer amount of disrespect shown by members of this committee is appalling. I sent an email yesterday to the city manager, city attorney, and city staff asking the following questions about today's session. Who will be conducting the training? I found out. Number 2, will each individual member be tested on each section, as is the case with the free online training? How will that testing be done and graded, and by whom? This training requirement cannot be satisfied, in my opinion, without individualized testing. 3, how can members be in full compliance of the minimum 2-hour requirement if at 4 p.m. or 4:19 p.m. there will be first the calling of the meeting to order, the roll call taken, and then oral comments before the training actually begins? The regular meeting is scheduled on the agenda to start promptly at 6 p.m. 4, how much is this special session costing the city in resources, especially with the city attorney here conducting today's training? As of now, I have not received a response from that email. I look forward to observing the training session today and seeing full compliance by all members who have not taken this testing, and obviously they're not all here today, so we're not going to see that. Thank you.
Move on to ethics training.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. My name is Keith Collins. I work with Christian Bettenhausen in the city attorney's office. I'll just sit here at this desk here instead of standing at the podium, since I'll be here for quite a while, if that's all right. Yes? Sure. I might even just use this microphone. Can everybody hear me a little better now? Great. So what I'm here to do today is to provide some training on ethics for public servants. Those of you who have been appointed to any committee created by the legislative body of the city of Westminster are officially public servants. Your meetings as committee members are subject to state laws governing open meetings and transparency and the host of laws and procedures that apply to legislative bodies. So consider yourselves public officials, and what I'm here to do today is to train you on all of the laws and procedures and regulations that apply to you as public servants. Now, the law imposes a minimum standard. You have to do what the law requires. But ethics are a little bit different in that they are what you ought to do. So there may not be a law that says you should be honest. In fact, there isn't a law that says you have to be honest all the time. But it is ethical to be honest. And so ethics and laws are different but related. So a law is a minimum standard. Ethics is a higher standard that as public servants, it's really a good idea that we want to follow. So the law tends to be just the starting point for most of the ethical analysis in public service. So while you are confronted with a decision that may impact your personal lives or your personal finances or your loyalties to something or another, that's okay. So what the law requires is the minimum. Think of it as a floor. You can't go below the floor and not violate the law. Ethics are somewhere above the floor. And it's a good idea to remain above the floor. Certainly you're in compliance with the law because you're above the floor, which is what the law requires. Ethics is somewhere in the middle, and you have the discretion as public servants to decide how ethical you would like to be. And it's my goal here today to help you see what those lines are and to encourage you to be as ethical as possible in all that you do as public officials. Just because it's legal, right, just because it's above the floor doesn't mean it's ethical. The line of ethics could be somewhere above that. And so if you think that you're fine just because you followed the law and you didn't technically violate any law, that may be true, but that doesn't mean that your actions weren't unethical. And the goal is to be as ethical as possible all the time. There are 4 general groups of ethics laws. The first relate to personal financial gain. Those of you who serve in a in a public official capacity may encounter situations where you have the ability, by making official decisions, to impact your personal finances. There's a whole host of laws governing those types of situations. There's another group of laws that deal with the personal advantages and perks of being in public office. You know, the smaller intangible benefits, certainly not relating to your personal finances, but like travel perks or cost reimbursement, those kinds of things. We're also going to talk about governmental transparency laws, basically the Brown Act, the Public Records Act, those types of laws that require your meetings and your deliberations to be done in public. And then fair processes. I don't think that will apply much to this committee, since you're not conducting quasi-judicial hearings or acting on land use decisions, so we may go over that rather quickly. But fair processes involve the due process rights of applicants that come before your body. So those are the four main areas. First, we're going to talk about laws relating to personal financial gain. The general principle that we want to understand is that public servants should not benefit financially from their positions. So your personal finances, your income, the money that you have in your bank account or in your pocket, shouldn't be influenced by the decisions that you make in your official capacity as public officials. That's the general principle. So if you find yourself faced with a decision in your official capacity, as you sit as a member of this committee, that could impact your personal finances, a red flag should be going off in your mind. That's an area where if you act, you may be acting on behalf of your personal finances and not on behalf of the city or the members of the city in terms of your loyalties, where your loyalties lie. If you have the ability to make a decision that impacts your finances, are you really acting in the best interest of the city at that point? And so we have laws and ethics rules to help guide you through that dilemma. So we're going to talk about 7 areas. We're going to talk about bribery, the Political Reform Act complex, Government Code Section 1090, which relates to contracts. Some of you may own businesses that the city may want to contract with. And if you're the owner of a business and the city wants to contract with that business, and now you're acting on behalf of the city to contract with the business that you own or have a part in or are employed by, now all of a sudden you have a conflict because you're wearing 2 hats. Campaign contributions, redevelopment conflicts, future employment issues, and then serial meeting payment disclosures. What I would like to do is spend special emphasis on the Brown Act portions of the meeting, the Brown Act portions of the training. I will go rather quickly through some of these areas that aren't as applicable so we don't get too bogged down in the details. And I'll try to emphasize the general principles that will be easy to understand rather than getting bogged down in the minutia. But if there are ever any questions, raise your hand, shout them out, and we'll take care of the things that you need to get clarified. Okay, bribery is exactly what it sounds like. Public officials may not solicit, receive, or agree to receive a benefit in exchange for their official actions. This is the quintessential act of corruption that ethics laws and state laws prohibit. You can't solicit, receive, or agree to receive a benefit. So it's not just a monetary benefit, it's any type of benefit. It's favors, it's anything of value. Anything of value that you are being offered in exchange for a decision that you make in your official capacity is considered a bribe. And you can go to prison, you can pay fines, you could be ordered to pay restitution. Attorney's fees to whoever is filing the suit to uncover the bribe and to rectify it can be very expensive. Bribery is a serious crime, and you can be disqualified from ever holding public office again. So that's bribery. Don't do that. Recently, the law was changed to prohibit aiding and abetting of a public official in violating conflict of interest laws. So it's obviously a conflict of interest if you are taking a bribe in exchange for an official decision. Well, if you aid and abet somebody from doing that, if you assist somebody to do that, if you in any way act on behalf of facilitating that transaction, you are also criminally liable. You can be held criminally liable. SB 950 clarifies that the statute of limitations for bribery does not begin until the time that the offense is discovered. So you may take a bribe 5 years ago, and the statute of limitations may be 3 years. But if the bribe wasn't discovered until 2 years ago, you're still within the statute of limitations. So it's when it's discovered, not when it occurs. Often people will avoid criminal liability because it happened too far distant in the past, and they'll be able to escape prosecution because, hey, the statute of limitations run out. You only have 5 years to charge me for this. Well, this law amended that to make it much easier to prosecute somebody that is committing bribery, because as soon as this is discovered, now the statute starts to run, and you have whatever time it is. I think it's 3 years or 5 years or 7 years. There was an executive director who was engaged in widespread corruption with entertainment promoters. The Coliseum was a public agency. It was a joint powers authority. And the executive director, which is like the city manager for this agency, was engaged in widespread corruption. He was accepting bribes with entertainment promoters, self-dealing and bribes. So he was contracting with his own companies. He was paying off his own employees in a personal capacity with funds from the JPA. And he was sentenced to 6 months in prison, 3 years formal probation, and $500,000 in restitution. There was very little oversight of the director, $2 million in bribes and embezzlement involved. So this was a pretty high-profile example of public officials abusing their office for massive personal gain, and the consequences that we see when that gets uncovered. There are similar crimes to bribery. Receiving rewards for appointing someone to a public office, issuing a permit, or signing off on an inspection. This committee doesn't have appointment authority, but if you did and you appointed someone to an office or a position of employment, and you did that in exchange for something of value, it's not technically a bribe, but it's close enough. And so that's something that you want to avoid. Embezzlement. I'm not sure what type of access you have to city funds with the position that you have, probably not much, if any. But embezzlement is when you convert the funds that you have lawful possession of, and you convert that to your own use. That's embezzlement. That's illegal. In the city of Linwood, there were several officials who were convicted of receiving unearned pay and misusing city credit cards. 5-year sentence for the mayor, 4 years for a council member. So you can see that the penalties for misusing public funds are pretty severe. Okay, the Political Reform Act. This was an act that was an attempt to reform the way politics were governed in California. It has many different sections and aspects. The general rule that I want you to emphasize, and if you leave the training today with no other lesson besides this, it's that you are not allowed to participate in any official decision of the committee when you know or should know that you have a disqualifying financial interest. What I want you to think about are all of the different areas where you have your personal finances. It may be your employer. It may be a business that you own. It may be a property that you own. It may be a residence that you live in. Any of these areas of your lives where you have a financial interest, if any of those interests could be impacted by a decision that comes before you as a member of the committee, you have a potential conflict of interest. And if that's the case, you should recuse yourself and not participate in that decision. This includes the financial interest of spouses and your dependents. So if it's a child that lives with you and they're not technically a dependent on your tax return, it gets into a little bit of a gray area if the family finances are commingled into a single economic unit. But generally, it applies to your spouse or it applies to your children. So any impact on the finances of your spouse or your child could be a conflict of interest for you as the public official. Now, the impact can be positive or negative. So, for example, if you're a member of this committee, and I believe the main purpose of this committee is to discuss the building of a monument. If that monument is built within 100 feet of your home, that may impact the value of your home or your business. It may attract visitors. It may attract protesters. It may detract from other uses that could happen there. So if you own property that's very close to a decision that comes before you, here it would be the monument, that would be a potential conflict of interest because your decisions in that matter might be based on how it's going to affect your property value and not what's best for the community. So it's conflict. So there's a four-step analysis that you can engage in, that you must engage in to determine whether or not you have a conflict or not. Our office can assist you with this. We do this all the time for public officials. They'll come to us with questions about, hey, there's a decision coming up on the agenda. Here's my potential interests involved. Do I have a conflict? Step one is it reasonably foreseeable that the decision before your body will have a financial effect on any of your financial interests? Is it reasonably foreseeable? Would a reasonable person look at this decision and think, is it possible that this decision could impact the value of my home, the value of my business, my income, or some other portion of my finances? Now, there's always a way that we could make these leaps of logic and somehow connect it. But that's why this word reasonable is in the law. So we have to be reasonable about this. If the answer is no, if there's no reasonable way that it's foreseeable that my income could be affected by this decision, then you don't have a conflict of interest and you can participate. You can deliberate, you can influence, and you can participate fully, and you can vote on the matter. But if the answer is yes, you have to proceed to step 2. And that question asks you, will the reasonably foreseeable financial effect be material? Meaning, will it be a large enough impact on your finances to matter? I mean, if it's just a few bucks, if it's a few hundred, if it's a few thousand, we have to look at what the material effect will be. If it's just a minor influence, a minor impact, and the answer is no, it's not material, then you can participate. So yeah, you may have a conflict, but the impact is immaterial, and so you can continue to participate. But if the impact is material, you wouldn't be able to participate. And these statutes that you see here, these regulations, 2 CCR 18701 and 18702, those have even further analysis of how you determine is it material. And there's some factors to consider. And 18701 has some factors to consider whether or not it's foreseeable or not, whether it's reasonably foreseeable. So that's why this is a complicated analysis. It's very fact-specific. If you ever ask us to assist you with this analysis, we will ask you a bunch of questions because we're going to need to know, where does the income come from? How often do you receive the income? Is it biweekly or is it monthly? Is it quarterly? Is it commission-based? There's so many factors. It's very fact-specific to run through this analysis. So step 2, is it reasonably foreseeable that the effect will be material? If the answer is no, you don't have a conflict and you can participate. If the answer is yes, you got to go on to step 3. Then, if you can demonstrate that the material financial effect that you've identified on your financial interests are indistinguishable from the rest of the public, then you can participate. If it's a situation where you're going to be affected, but everybody in the city is going to be affected the same way, you can still participate in that. That is also a pretty fact-specific analysis. 18703 has the standards that you're going to evaluate for that situation, and it generally involves, if it's more than 25% of the members of the public, then the effect on you, if the effect on you is the same as more than 25% of the members of the public, or if it's a business, more than 25% of the businesses, then it will be indistinguishable. And so in that situation, you'll be able to continue to participate in the decision because the effect on your finances are no different than the effect on any other member of the public. And then step 4, after applying steps 1 through 3, if you determine, well, no, it's not indistinguishable, 25% of the public will not be affected the same way that I will be, then you'll have a disqualifying conflict of interest. And step 4 says that you shall not make, participate in making, or in any way attempt to use your position to influence the government decision, which means that you should leave the room when the matter is being heard. You should not speak with other members of the committee to talk with them about the item. You should not participate in any way in how that decision is going to be made. These are the types of financial interests that you should be concerned about. An interest in a business entity of $2,000 or more. So if you have invested in a business in the amount of $2,000 or more, and that business could be impacted by a financial decision, you're going to want to refrain from that decision. These are the other very specific areas where if that business that you've invested $2,000 in, you presumably have a conflict. If that business initiates a proceeding before your body, they're obviously involved. If the entity is in a contract with the agency, that entity is obviously involved and you have a conflict. who are you representing in that situation? Your business that you've got $2,000 invested in, or your official role as a public official? It's very difficult. So the law categorically excludes you from participating in these. If the entity applies for an entitlement, if the entity is subject of a regulatory act of the agency, if the city is specifically regulating that business, can't participate in those. And then here, the last bullet point, where a prudent person with sufficient facts finds it's reasonably foreseeable that a decision's financial effect contributes to a change in the value of an entity. So here's the reasonable standard again. If the decision that you're going to make would reasonably impact the value of the entity, you should recuse yourself. There's a new rule for real property interests of $2,000 or more, and the decision falls into one or more of these 12 categories. If the property is located in the boundaries of a general or specific plan, that wouldn't apply to you as members of this committee. If the property is being rezoned, that may come up, given the impact and the place of the memorial, the monument. Okay, anytime a decision that you make that could change the income producing potential of the property. If you own property that is a rental or a business, and the decision that you make in your official capacity could influence the foot traffic or the property values, if it increases or decreases, or would impact the allowable uses on that site, any of those decisions would have an impact on your real property, and so that would qualify as a financial interest that would be material that you'd need to recuse yourself from. The 500-foot rule, anytime your property is located within 500 feet of the site where your decision is confined to, if your decision relates to this particular site, just draw a circle around that site. And if you own property anywhere inside that 500 feet, it's presumed that your property would have an impact, would be impacted by this project. And so you should recuse yourself. Okay, a source of income could be a job, could be your salary, could be commissions, could be any number of things. A source of income is exactly what it sounds like. It's a source of income. And if that source of income totals at least $500 from the sale of goods or from the sale of personal real property, that could be considered a financial interest. So think as creatively as you'd like here. If a decision that you make could impact a source of income to you, when that source is $500 or more, that's a potential financial interest, and you would need to recuse yourself if it's a material impact on this source of income. If you are in a position with a business entity, and that position is one of a director, officer, partner, trustee, employee, or any position of management. If you're a place of employment, if you are in a position with a company that is involved or could be affected by a decision that you make, that could be a financial interest that would be affected by your decision. And you'd need to run through the analysis for this as well. Source of gifts, $470 or more during the past 12 months. So if a decision before you as a member of this committee would impact a source of gifts, gifts could be anything. Gifts are those tickets to events, anything. Gifts are gifts. Personal property, cash contributions, gifts are gifts. And if a financial impact would result to any of your sources of gifts that total more than $470, that's a potential financial interest that you would need to evaluate. Personal finances. A financial effect upon an official's or your immediate family, your spouse or your dependent children, personal finances is material when the official or the family member will receive a measurable financial benefit or loss from the decision. Measurable. What does that mean? I take that to mean $1 because you can measure $1. So while $1 wouldn't probably be material to most of us because it's just $1, the law says that if any decision that you make would have a measurable impact on a family member's personal finances, and you can measure it, you probably want to, again, the floor is the law. You can't go below the law. You can't violate the law. How ethical do you want to be? Well, it's $1. That's measurable. So we want to be as ethical as we can. And we would advise you that if you can measure it to the value of $1, that would be enough to be a financial interest that you would need to evaluate under this process to see if you have a conflict. Now, there are some exceptions to this rule on sources of gifts. If you have a change of benefits in an employment or retirement policy, if it applies equally to all the employees. So if you're employed by a company and the decision that you're making as a member of this committee would apply and affect that employment, and now all of a sudden that business is going to change their benefit policy, but it applies to everybody and not just you, that's an exception to this rule. Travel costs paid for attending meetings for the agency, that's an exception. Stipends for attending meetings of a body created by the agency, that's an exception. Use of government property while carrying out official duties, those don't qualify as gifts. Personal rewards received when using a personal charge card, a rewards program if it's not different from what is offered to the public and limited to approved travel. If you're using personal credit cards to travel for official business and you're getting perks and miles and those kinds of things, those are okay. Okay, self-appointments. These, we're going to skip over this because you guys aren't appointing yourselves to different bodies. That's more for the city council where they're appointing themselves to other bodies. Oh yeah, Kimberly's here. That's a good point. I shouldn't gloss over those. We have members of the city council. Thank you. Self-appointments. If you're a member of the body and you are, and the body appoints one of its members to a regional board or body, and that person who serves on that body would get a stipend for their service on that body. Well, can she appoint herself to that position knowing that she's going to get paid for that? That seems like a financial interest to me. There's an exception in the law that allows her to participate in that decision. So that's not considered a source of income or a gift or a financial interest. She can participate. Yes, I would love to serve on that situation, even though most situations you wouldn't be able to participate in those decisions because you're going to directly be paid as a result of that decision. But the body making the appointment has to put on its website a form that lists each appointed member and the compensation that they're paid. Now, if you have any of these conflicts of interest, and you've run through the process and you've identified the financial interest that you have, you've identified the material effect, yes, this is going to be material, yes, it's foreseeable that I'm going to have an impact from this, and no, I'm not unique, I'm not just like every member of the public here, so I have a conflict of interest. You should not discuss or try to influence any of your fellow members on how to vote and how to act on that decision. What you want to do is you want to identify the nature of the conflict in writing to the agency. So send a letter to the city informing them, hey, I got a conflict. Here's what it is. My business is across the street from this place. Or I own property 2 blocks down. And so this decision could influence the value of the property and I can't participate. Or I'm employed. My job is 2 streets over. And this is going to impact me and I don't think I can be impartial. So here's my conflict. I'm going to recuse myself from this matter. If that happens, after you send in writing and you alert staff that you're going to be recusing yourself, when the item comes up on the agenda, simply leave the room. State the reason, state the purpose for your recusal on the record, into the microphone. It's all open in public, and then you just walk out. And then you just kind of pay attention, and then you walk back in when the meeting resumes. Now, the exception to this is if there's a long consent calendar, and your conflict is limited to just one item on the consent calendar, you can note, I recuse from this item on the consent calendar, and then you can vote on the rest of the consent calendar items. And you don't have to leave the room. There's an exception for that. You can vote on the rest of the consent calendar items, noting your recusal from this one item, and so you don't have to get up and leave. I'm sorry, I'm conducting the training for just the members. I was just talking to them. Thank you. There are limited exceptions for personal financial interests, and those are pretty nuanced, and we'll talk about those if you ever have a question about those. Now, the penalties for violating the Political Reform Act. The immediate and obvious one is the decision that you participate in could be invalidated. And so if you approve a contract, if you approve a development permit, if you make any official action where one of the members has a conflict, well, that decision could be invalidated. And that could create a whole host of problems because now you have developers starting to dig and excavate land and incurring costs based on the approval that was invalid because the member who participated had a conflict. It could be a misdemeanor fine. It could result in the loss of the office. Fines could be up to $5,000, $10,000 per violation. Any benefit that you receive as a result of the conflict that stems from the decision that you made, you would need to forfeit. You need to pay attorney's fees to whoever files a lawsuit to cleanse the conflict. And certainly embarrassment and personal and political consequences and things would happen as a result of violating the Political Reform Act. So that's the first big area that I wanted to cover. Conflicts under the Political Reform Act. Now there's a special rule for contracts. And the key difference between these is that on the one hand, the political reform acts that we just talked about, those types of conflicts where you have a financial interest that could be impacted, the body can still engage in the question and make a decision on the matter that you're conflicted with. In the case of 1090, where there's a contract involved, the body cannot if one of its members is conflicted. The body is disqualified from making the decision that impacts the conflict of interest from that member. So the general rule is the agency officers and employees are prohibited from having financial interests in contracts made by them or by any body of which they are a member. So let's read that again. You, as officers of the city, as members of this committee, are prohibited from having a financial interest in any contract that your body makes. Now, I don't think the committee is going to be making any contracts. I don't think you have the authority to bind the city, but members of the city council do. And so if you're a member of the body, your body can't make a decision to approve a contract that you have a financial interest in. Even if you recuse yourself, your body's disqualified. Abstention is generally not enough. If the official's body needs to approve the contract, you are prohibiting from executing the contract altogether. Now, there are two types of exemptions from this. The full exemption is you can fully participate in the decision. So some of these contracts, so just like any area of law, there's some exceptions to the rule. That's the general rule. These are the exceptions. There's a full exemption when you can fully participate in the decision and your body can enter into the contract. And then there's a partial exemption where the official must recuse yourself and the agency is still allowed to enter the contract. So that's the general rule is the body can't make the contract, but the exception is these two types of exemptions. So the full statutory exemption is when you own less than 3% of a company's stock, provided that the payments from the company don't exceed 5% of your annual income. And think about that. This is not a major financial interest that you have, right? If your ownership interest is less than 3% of the company and it's less than 5% of your income is, if at all, will only be minimally impacted by the contract. Or the interest in your spouse's employment, provided employment existed for at least 1 year prior to your election or appointment. So if the contract involves your spouse's employment and they were employed there a year before the contract came before your body, then that's a full exemption. You can still participate in the decision and the body can continue to enter into the contract. The other full exemption is that of a person receiving a salary or reimbursement from a government entity unless the contract involves your department. But the interest must still be disclosed on the record. Further, where the interest is that of an attorney or a contracting party or owner, officer, employee, or an agent of the firm rendering service to the contracting party as a stockbroker, insurance agent or broker, real estate agent or broker. The exemption only applies if your firm did not receive any compensation or commission from its services and you have less than 10% ownership in the firm providing the service. Now, the partial statutory exemption, here are some examples for that. If the employees or the agents of the contracting party, but only if the contracting party has 10 or more employees, you have been an employee for 3 years prior to entering public office, the official owns less than 3% of stock in the company, the official is not an officer of the company, the official did not directly participate in formulating bid to the agency. So often what will happen are these companies will put bids to the city to do contracts and do business with the city, and that member of the body would be an employee of this company. If all of these, or an employee of the company, and if all of these standards are met, then you as the official who meets these qualifications would then recuse yourself, and then the body could continue to deliberate and ultimately approve the contract without violating Government Code 1090. Some more examples of the partial statutory exemption. Of an attorney, stockbroker, insurance broker, or agent, but only if the official owns 10% or more of the firm providing the service, and the official will not receive any compensation or commission from the proposed contract with the agency. It's almost like you want to separate, you want to draw some ethical walls around the official inside their company, so that while they're still employed by the company, they're not going to get any of the perks or the benefit of this deal with the agency where they sit as a public official. So these are some of those pretty technical, fact-specific examples of exceptions to the 1090 rule. If the contract is with a nonprofit corporation, we see this often when cities are contracting with nonprofits to do a variety of services, homeless services, for an example. There is a full exemption if the official is a non-compensated officer of the nonprofit, which has as primary purpose the support of something the agency has a legal obligation to give particular consideration or support. So if it's an uncompensated official on the body of the nonprofit, and it's a service that the agency normally provides, then that's a full exemption, and the agency can continue to execute the contract with that nonprofit. And then the partial exemption is for officers and employees of all other nonprofits. So if it's a non-essential service, then you just recuse yourself, and the body could continue to enter into the agreement. Some consultants can be considered public officials, where they have they'll like design a project, they'll do the architecture work, and then they also want to build the project. So they're designing it as a consultant, and then they want to build it as a contractor. That can run into potential 1090 problems, because as the consultant, they would be deemed a public official, and so they would then be deemed from entering into a contract on a project that they designed, and there are special rules on that. This means that they'll be precluded from bidding on projects that they design. And so if you hire a contractor that also designed the project, that could violate Government Code 1090. Now, if you violate Government Code 1090, there are some penalties. Portions of this training is to just alert you on all of these potential consequences, so that you know with your eyes wide open going into these decisions. The contract would be voided if you violate 1090. If somebody finds that Government Code 1090 was violated and a lawsuit is filed and some enforcement action is taken, the contract could be undone. If it's knowing, if you knowingly enter into this contract that you know is prohibited by 1090, it could result in a felony, a $1,000 fine, or imprisonment. And you could be forever disqualified from holding office in California. You may have to refund money and pay for attorney's fees. May also have to forfeit goods, services, or property transferred to agency and or post-employment benefits. These all fall under the category of restitution. If you violate the law and receive some benefit because of that violation, you've got to pay it back. So these are the penalties for Government Code 1090. For example, there were, as an elected official in the travel business, they twice failed to disclose on their statement of economic interests their employment with this travel agency. And then they voted on a contract with the travel agency on the consent calendar. These contracts included approval of payments to her travel agency for $28,000. And the fine under the PRA was $76,000 was the potential fine. That was the max. But they ended up receiving a $29,000 fine instead. So it happens. It happens where public officials will, I mean, it's tough to think that this official didn't recognize this item on the consent calendar. Maybe they didn't read the agenda. But you can see that the penalties are real, and members of the public review these. And if you don't catch it, somebody probably will. And the consequences can be very severe. Campaign contributions. Elected or appointed officials of an agency may not receive or solicit campaign contributions of $250 or more from parties or other financially interested persons during the course of a proceeding and for 3 months after. Campaign contributions are disclosed on a separate form, so the public has access to who is funding your campaigns. If an applicant comes before you that has donated to your campaign for 3 months after the decision or your election, that's a prohibited conflict of interest. And you can think about why. If somebody is financing your campaign and then you have a matter in your official capacity that results to that contributor, you may not be impartial because you're thinking of the donations that they gave you instead of your official job to act in the best interest of the agency. You are also disqualified from participating in any decision regarding a permit, entitlement, contract, or franchise if the party or participant made a contribution of $250 or more during the last 12 months. So if it's a year before the matter comes before you and they've made a contribution of $250 or more, you have to recuse yourself. If they make a contribution of $250 or more in the 3 months after the matter comes before you, you can't accept that contribution. So these are the two rules. Beware of the campaign contribution rules. Redevelopment conflicts. The general rule is that officials and employees are prohibited from acquiring any interest in property located in a redevelopment area. A redevelopment area is a portion of the city that can receive special funds to redevelop it and improve the economic vitality of that area. And so, because the city administers the redevelopment agency, often it's tempting for members of the legislative body to acquire property in these redevelopment areas because they know they're going to be revitalized. And so there are rules that prohibit that type of activity. And they're generally prohibited from acquiring any interest in that property located in the redevelopment area if you are required as a member of your body to participate in policies and plans for the projected area. And this rule still applies even though redevelopment agencies have been dissolved. Okay. Future employment issues. If you are a member of the body and at one point you stop being a member of the body, if you retire, if you are not reelected, if you are not reappointed, and you are now no longer in your official capacity, you cannot participate or influence any decisions which involve someone the official is negotiating future employment with. So if you're trying to get hired by the agency where you used to be a public official, you can't attempt to influence that decision with your former agency. And the same goes true for the revolving door prohibition. For 1 year after leaving office, you cannot contract with your agency on any subject involved in your employment, except by a 2/3 vote of the body. And at no time after leaving office, you cannot act as an agent, advise, or represent anyone in connection with a matter on which the employee worked during employment. Often what will happen is employees or officials with an agency will work long and hard on a project. They'll get inside knowledge on the inner workings of that project. They will leave public service and go get hired in the private sector with all of the institutional knowledge of the agency, which could disadvantage the agency, and which you could translate that into economic value in the private sector because of all your knowledge of what goes on inside the agency. And so you're prohibited from having that type of financial interest in going out and getting that employment for 1 year after you leave office. Serial meeting disclosure. You guys know what a serial meeting is? It's when you'll have a meeting as a member of the city council, and then you'll have a meeting as the redevelopment agency, and then the utility authority, and it's all the same members of the body, but the meetings just go back to back in a serial manner. It requires the clerk or the agency member to make certain announcements at board meetings. What this does is this alerts the public that we are now going to adjourn one meeting and start a new meeting, and because we're having a new meeting, the members of this body, which is the members of the old body, the same body, are going to receive another stipend because now they're convening as another body. So it's the same individuals in different bodies receiving different stipends for their service. And so there's some disclosures that need to be made to alert the public as to this occurrence. This only applies if the board convenes a meeting of a second legislative body during one of its meetings. And so they must verbally announce that compensation, the stipend, will be paid to each member because the board is holding the second meeting, and the amount of the compensation. So it's an automatic announcement. It happens at every meeting when there's a serial meeting. The clerk usually makes this announcement. Sometimes the chair does, or the city manager may do that. However, you're not required to make the verbal announcement if the amount of the compensation is prescribed by statute and no additional compensation has been authorized by either body. So if you're not going to get paid, there's nothing to announce. Or if the amount of the compensation is set by a specific law, you don't have to make that disclosure because it's set by the law. In terms of best practices, now I know I've given you a lot of information here. What you want to do is avoid the temptation to look at public service as an opportunity for financial gain. It's really not that. People go into public service because they love their communities. They like to effectuate positive changes in their communities. And if you're looking at this as an opportunity to influence your financial interests, you got the wrong mindset. And so the good best practice is to avoid any temptation to see how you could benefit from one decision or another that comes up to your committee or to your body. What you want to do is look at every decision and ask yourself whether it involves some kind of financial interest to you. Would this decision on this monument, or on this housing development, or on this contract, or on this ordinance, would any of it influence any of your financial interests? Your business, your home, your rental properties, your sources of income, your sources of gifts? Could anything that you have a financial interest in be impacted by this decision? That's the question you want to ask yourself all the time for every item that you're called to participate in. Okay, perks of the office. As a general rule, public servants should not receive special benefits by virtue of their positions. That's a perk. There are several areas to discuss. First are gifts. Gifts. It may surprise you that public members of public bodies and public officials are the recipients of gifts from members of the public. Now, why are they giving you these gifts? Are they giving you gifts because they like you? Are they giving you these gifts because they appreciate the service that you give? The law really doesn't make a distinction. What it does do is define what a gift is. A gift is anything provided that confers a personal benefit for which the official does not provide goods or services of equal or greater value in return. So if you're receiving something for free, it's a gift. If you're not paying for it, if you're not bartering for it, if you're not exchanging a service or some other item in exchange for the gift that you're receiving, we're going to consider that a gift. So if it's any freebies that anybody gives you, is considered a gift. This can include meals, entertainment, travel and lodging, right? If somebody wants to offer you a free lunch, consider that a gift. And then we'll talk about how much the gift is valued at for what types of rules would apply. But if somebody wants to give you free tickets to an event, types of entertainment, if they want to send you on a free trip, if they want to pay for a fancy hotel for you to stay in while you're there, consider all of these gifts. The general rule is no public official may accept any gift worth more than $470 in a single calendar year. So if the gift totals more than $470 in a calendar year, you can't accept it. You have to politely decline. Thanks, but no thanks, is what you need to say here. If it's from a single donor, and it's $20 here, $50 here, $60 here, $30, and it totals $470 over the course of a calendar year, not a fiscal year, a calendar year, that could rise to the level of a prohibited gift. And you have to say no. You have to decline the gift. This $470 increases every couple years. So it's currently $470. It'll go up to $510 or $500, probably more with inflation being what it is. But this amount goes up. So these minor gifts that you receive, if somebody takes you out to lunch and it's just a few bites to eat, if it's tickets to a football game where the value is relatively minor, okay, these are not the type of gifts that you are prohibited from accepting. But you do have to keep track of them in case they total 470 over the course of a year. Now, you are limited. There are some limited exceptions to this. Family gifts, weddings, gifts exchanges, that cannot be substantially disproportionate in value. So if you get married and somebody gives you a nice wedding gift, you could accept that, and it could be over $470 without violating this rule. But, say that again?
It's 520 for this.
Oh, is it 520 now? Okay, thank you. We should update our slides. If you get married and you get like a wedding gift or other type of gift and it's for one of these special occasions, and it goes over $470, you can't accept that. But if it's like a new home, right, that's substantially disproportionate in value to what a normal wedding gift would be, you can't accept that. You can't use this exception for major gifts. It has to be proportional to what would be appropriate for a gift of that occasion. Officials are disqualified from participating in decisions involving a source of gift of $470, which I think is $520 now, of persons in the previous 12 months. So you can't participate in a decision where a member of the decision, or where a person involved in the decision is one of your donors that has given you these gifts. And if the gift is $50 or more, you must report that on your Form 700. That's the form where you disclose all of your financial interests, your job, your real property assets, all that information. Gifts of $50 or more need to be disclosed on that form. That's why you'll often see gifts to public officials that are valued at less than $50, because if they give it to you and it's valued at more than $50, that's just an extra job that you have to do. You now have to disclose it, and so it's a lot easier to just give you gifts that are less than $50, and then there's no paperwork involved. So beware of those. The 520 threshold, you can't go above 520. You can go over 50, but you have to disclose it. Those are your general rules. Gift ticket rules. Tickets given to the agency that are used by the official. These are 3 different categories. And then the other categories are tickets to a nonprofit event and then tickets to a political fundraiser. Now, the agency must first adopt a ticket distribution policy and then distribute under those policies. So if the agency gets tickets to the Super Bowl, somehow the city gets tickets to the Super Bowl. In order to give those tickets to its city council members or its employees, how are they going to do that fairly? Who gets the tickets? That's a pretty big value. Well, they need to have a policy. And so the city's policy needs to govern how those tickets get distributed. And there must be a valid public purpose in accepting these gifts. If it's to promote a local team, if it's to promote a local player, if it's to promote economic vitality in the agency, there must be a public purpose in accepting and donating these tickets to the officials. The giver and the user of the tickets must be disclosed on the Form 802, and the form is posted on the agency's website. Again, we're trying to keep the public fully informed as to how these tickets and how these gifts are being made to their officials. The third party cannot pre-designate who will receive the tickets. So if somebody gives tickets to the agency, they can't say, here, City of Westminster, I want these tickets to the Super Bowl to be given to the mayor, and no one else besides the mayor. They can't do that. You give the tickets to the agency's ticket distribution policy will govern who gets the tickets. The official cannot give tickets to a non-relative, although there are some exceptions. If the official pays face value for the ticket and returns, the official reports the value as taxable income, and the official serves a ceremonial role or function for the agency at the event. Tickets received directly from a nonprofit organization are different than tickets received from a third party for the same nonprofit event. If the tickets are received directly from a nonprofit, there's a 2-ticket rule. If you only receive 2 tickets, you don't have to report it. It's to a nonprofit event. But additional tickets are subject to the normal limits and disclosure requirements. The value of the ticket cannot exceed $5.20, and don't count the portion that is a donation. So if you're donating to the nonprofit, which covers a cost or a portion of the cost of the ticket, we would consider that donation within the total of the $5.20. Now, tickets received from a third party, the two-ticket rule does not apply. The official can accept the ticket, but has to report the value of the food and the entertainment that you receive at the event. And you must refuse if the value is over the $5.20 limit. And the official can pay down the value so that way they're receiving more, they're paying for more of what they receive, and so they could go to a bigger event with greater value as long as they're paying for the difference. The Villaraigosa rule. He was the mayor of Los Angeles. In order to use the ceremonial function exception, right? So a mayor can attend, or a public official, I should say, can attend an event, can get a free ticket to an event if they're performing a ceremonial function, right? I think he was going to Laker games or something, but back when the Lakers were winning. And so he got some free tickets, and somebody was watching what he was doing. And we're like, he's not reporting these tickets. How is he receiving these tickets? How did he get to go? And the city was like, well, he's there in a ceremonial function. He's the mayor. The rule is, your use of the tickets must be disclosed on Form 802 and then forwarded to the Fair Political Practice Commission for posting on its website. And if you do that, there's no need to disclose these on the Form 700 gift. It's not a gift. This allows the FPPC to get some more scrutiny on these tickets when you're using the ceremonial exception to this rule. So yeah, he got some tickets that were way over the $470, or $520 as it currently is. It was probably much less back then. But if you disclose it and it goes to the FPPC and it's on the website, it's okay. You can accept the tickets. If you're going to, throw out the ceremonial first pitch or, lead the Pledge of Allegiance or something to that effect. But any public official that receives tickets to an event where one of the exceptions does not apply should assume that those tickets or passes constitute a gift and must be reported as income on your 700 form. So anytime you're getting tickets, it's a good idea to just, if you're not using one of those exceptions that we talked about, to just put it on the form. Consider it income. Consider it income. Remember, no perks. Don't think of your official position with the city as an opportunity to get perks. It's all income. For political fundraisers, the two-ticket rule applies. If you only receive 2 tickets, you don't have to report it. Additional tickets are subject to the gift limitations. You can, again, pay down the value of the ticket. A ticket given directly to the spouse is not counted. So that wouldn't, if you get 2 tickets and one's to your spouse and one's to you, your spouse's ticket doesn't count towards your 470 or 520 limit. Now there are, again, penalties, potential penalties if you violate the ticket policy. It could be a misdemeanor. You could lose your office. You could be sued for injunctive relief, which would require you to do any number of things. Pay back the value, issue a statement that you'll never do it again, that you have to leave office. Again, pay attorney fees and costs, and up to $5,000 per violation. So again, the costs of violating these regulations are pretty steep. Okay, honoraria. These are those payments or benefits that you receive as compensation for making an appearance at an event, for giving a speech. You may not accept honoraria. It also applies to employees in an agency's conflict of interest code if the item must be reported on the Form 700. Honoraria includes payment for a speech, an article published, or attendance at a conference, meal, or event. So anytime within 30 days of receiving honoraria, you need to just return it. Just give it back to the donor or deliver it to your agency without claiming it as a deduction from income. So again, we're not going to take any perks or benefits by virtue of our positions with the city. We either return it to the donor, say thanks but no thanks, or if it can't be returned to the donor, it goes to the agency. Now, misuse of public funds. This government code, 8314, prohibits a local official from using or permitting others to use public resources for a campaign purpose, a personal purpose, or another unauthorized purpose. The common classic example of this is where a member of the city council, for example, is running for re-election, and they want to use city resources for their election campaign. Well, that's city resources. Those aren't campaign resources. That's an unfair advantage for the incumbent to use city resources to stay in office. So you can't do that. It's a felony if you do that. Up to 4 years imprisonment if you use city resources for a campaign purpose or for a personal purpose or other unauthorized purpose. All expenditures of public funds must have a public purpose. No gift of public funds. Often this comes up when there are surplus furniture, right? The city wants to upgrade its office equipment and they've got all these old desks that are perfectly usable. They just want to upgrade. Well, what do you do with all this stuff? Well, you can give it away. Well, who are you going to give it to? You can't have a gift of public funds unless there's a public purpose. And so what you need to do at any time that you are going to give something away, you have to make a clear record of what the public purpose is. And usually this standard for public purpose is pretty lenient. Courts are not going to dispute a city's determination. Generally, they're not going to disturb a city's determination that, yeah, this is a public purpose. These desks that we're giving to the local nonprofit, they provide Meals on Wheels to, elderly individuals of the community. And that's a public service, and so by us giving it to them, they are continuing to help our citizens. And so there's a public service, a public purpose. So the test is generally, does the expenditure serve the public interest? And usually it's a pretty lenient standard. You can usually find a public purpose for most of these decisions. Mass mailings. No newsletter or other mass mailing may be sent at public expense. You guys know what a mass mailing is, right? We probably got those in the mailbox just recently with the primary a couple weeks ago. Your mailbox gets flooded with campaign flyers. Those are mass mailings. You cannot send a mass mailing using public funds. So we're going to define a mass mailing as 200 substantially similar pieces of mail. And again, the goal is to restrict the incumbent's advantage. If the incumbent is able to use public funds to send a mass mailing, they could just flood every mailbox in town using taxpayer funds to get reelected. You can't do that. Law says you can't do that. It's not fair. Agency mailings cannot contain name or pictures of elected officials except in limited situations. This often comes up when, let's say, a mayor is up for re-election, and the mayor needs to send an official newsletter to members of the city, to residents of the city, advising them on community events. And it just so happens that the mayor is engaged in a re-election campaign. Well, that letter gets mailed to everybody. It's got a picture of the mayor on it. It says Office of the Mayor. It puts the mayor in the mailbox of voters while the mayor is being up for re-election. It really depends on what the content and the purpose of that mailing is at that point. Is it educational? Is it just informing the public about events or current statuses of what's going on in the city? Or is it touting the mayor's achievements? Is it touting all the things that the mayor does or the city council is doing? Does it have a campaign flavor to it? Those are the kinds of questions that we would ask when we evaluate whether or not this mass mailing prohibition applies to that particular piece. But generally, we shouldn't be sending out pictures of the mayor or members of the city council or any public official to members of the public, particularly during a campaign season. But if it's standard stationery, if it's business cards, if it's an agenda, if it's a required legal notice, those kinds of things are not going to violate this prohibition. Candidates cannot send mass mailings at private expense unless the name or the address of the committee is shown on the envelope and on the insert. So if you ever look at those things that clutter up your mailbox during campaign season, the law requires them to say who's paying for this mass mailing. And so they don't put it big. It's usually it's in the fine print. Look at it the next time you see it. It'll tell you which committee sent the mailing. Because the law requires that they have to do that. Okay, there is a prohibition on free or discounted travel. Public officers may not receive free or discounted travel from transportation companies, whether for personal or business travel. And you'll see that that's in the California Constitution. We don't want our public officials to receive free or discounted travel for personal or business. Your official travel as members of the city or your personal travel. You can't receive it. This applies to elected and appointed officials. So elected to the city council or appointed to a committee. Applies to both of you. It does not apply to employees. So employees of the city can get free travel anytime they can, and they won't violate this rule. A violation will result in forfeiture of office. So that's a pretty serious consequence if you take free travel. Now, expense reimbursement is a little different. Your agency should have a policy on expense reimbursement. If you're required to travel for your official business that you conduct as a member of your body, your agency may have a policy that requires the agency reimburse you for those costs. If it's meals, if it's bus fare, if it's hotel lodging, if it's a rental car, whatever the reasonable expenses are that you incur to perform your official functions, the agency should have a policy on how to reimburse yourself. Usually it involves filling out a form and attaching a receipt, proving what you paid, and listing what the public purpose was for which you incurred the expense. It usually details what kind of expenses will be reimbursable. Often alcohol is off that list. You can't get reimbursed if you eat a meal and buy a beer. The agency usually won't reimburse alcohol, but check your policy. What rates for food, lodging, and transportation? Many of the policies have a cap of $30 per meal or $50 per meal or $20 per meal. So know what those policies are before you start spending money that you expect to be reimbursed for. Because if you violate the policy, the agency is under no obligation to reimburse you for that. The importance of documentation is paramount in complying with your reimbursement policy. Always keep those receipts. Keep those receipts. Some agencies go so far as to saying we need itemized receipts. So you may go to a restaurant and they give you 2 receipts, one's itemized and one just shows the total. Well, if you buy all kinds of alcoholic beverages and the policy doesn't let reimbursement go for alcohol, and you turn in the receipt that's not itemized, how's the agency going to know that you didn't violate the policy? So it may be wise, after you familiarize yourself with the policy, to know which receipt that you really need to keep your hands on. And note that your spouse or your partner's expenses when you travel or when you do these, so you may be going to a conference on behalf of your agency, and it's in a nice part of San Diego, let's say. And so you want to bring your wife or your husband or your partner. And so they get to, stay in the same hotel with you and see the sights after the convention's over, and in between meetings you guys go out to eat. Well, your meals may be covered, but the spouse's would not. So familiarize yourself with that, and don't turn in a receipt for your spouse's meals when it's yours. Here's an example of agencies that had problems with employees and officials violating these policies. Staff and directors were misusing public resources. There was an investigative report by the Sacramento Bee, which is a pretty investigative newspaper up there. They were apparently using their agency credit card for personal purposes, and then they were misreporting their income, and they were double dipping on expense reimbursements. So they passed the law that requires everybody to take training, which is what we're doing now. So you can thank them for the fact that you're here today receiving this training. But it's a good training to have. They obviously didn't know that it's a serious problem. Well, maybe they did know. When you're misusing public funds and you're using these reimbursement procedures for personal benefit, it's obviously an ethical problem. And so they've changed the law to require and remind you every 2 years you need to take these trainings and follow these ethics rules. And so that was a legislative response to that particular misconduct. The cities of Bell and Vernon had a similar example. In the city of Bell, salaries were paid and loans to top administrators and city council members. In the city of Vernon, $1.6 million in salary plus hundreds of thousands of dollars on first-class flights, luxury hotels, and limos. So at the time, it was perfectly legal for them to do this. There was no law that prohibited them from paying their council, or paying themselves basically, because the city council and the administrators set these policies. Hey, we're gonna go investigate this water plant or this sewer system in Boston, and we're gonna fly first class, and we're gonna stay at a nice hotel, and we're gonna eat nice fancy meals while we're there. while we're learning about this new public facility that we may want to bring back to our town. Something to that effect. And they're getting tons of perks like this. Now, it might have been legal at the time, but is that ethical? Certainly not. Certainly not. In the city of Bell, council members pleaded no contest to misappropriation of public funds, and they received a potential 4-year prison term. So when it was discovered that they were doing this, they didn't even contest it in court. They just pled no contest, accept their fate. The former city manager, Robert Rizzo, pled to several charges of corruption and federal tax fraud. He's serving 12 years in prison. The former assistant city manager, Angela Spacia, convicted of corruption charges and is serving 11 years in prison. So you can see how easy it is for these to get out of control. And you can see, I mean, look how much they were able to get. Huge salaries and huge loans and millions of dollars in perks. Well, when you misappropriate that amount of public funds, 10 years, 12 years is not a disproportionate penalty. So, the best practice is to avoid perks and the temptation to rationalize about them. It's legally risky, and it can be a public relations nightmare. I'm going to put nightmare up there instead of headache, because the public sees you flying on these fancy flights and staying in these fancy hotels and receiving all of these benefits at taxpayers' expense, and it just looks terrible. It looks terrible. So even if it's legal, it may not be ethical. Don't do it. Okay, transparency laws. I want to spend plenty of time on this. The general principle is that it's the public's business what you're doing. The public has a right to know what's going on with its elected and appointed officials. The idea is that the public will trust a process that it can see and be actively engaged in. So we're going to talk about 3 areas. Required disclosures of economic interest. The public needs to know where your economic interests are. I know it's rude to ask somebody how much money they make, but when you become a public official, it's public knowledge. And it's one of the privacy rights that you kind of surrender when you engage in public service. We're also going to talk about the Brown Act, which requires meetings of your bodies be held in open and public manner with an agenda posted and all of those requirements. And then we're going to talk about the Public Records Act. So, the Government Code requires that high-level public officials disclose their financial interests on a Form 700. That's basically a form where you write down all of your sources of income and how much you make from those sources. Generally, it covers city council members, board members, county supervisors, chief administrative officers and city managers, city attorneys, public officials who manage public investments. It applies to candidates for any of these positions, and other officials designated by the local agency conflict of interest code. So the city of Westminster, like every other city, has a conflict of interest code, and it may say department heads are also public officials and they need to disclose. Or it might say any number of officials, consultants that may need to disclose. You file this form upon taking office and leaving office and annually. So if you stay in the position for 3 years, you'll file it, 1 for taking office, 3 years that you're on, and then when you leave office. This is a way for the public to see your financial interests, and it can gauge how you're performing at your official position based on where you're getting your income. Now, the Brown Act is a separate section of statutes, and it requires that all agency actions be taken openly and that your deliberations be conducted in public and openly. All meetings of a legislative body must be open and public. So what's a meeting? Well, first of all, what's a legislative body? We'll get to what a meeting is in a second. A legislative body is the governing body of the agency. So here, that's our city council. But it also includes governing bodies of other entities created by state or federal statute. And it includes any commissions or committees or boards created by formal action of the governing body. So your committee is a committee created by formal action of the city council. So the city council is a legislative body, but your committee is also a legislative body because it was created by formal action of the city council. Same thing with the planning commission. It can be a private corporation. This is a rare situation where a private corporation can be considered a legislative body if the legislative body gives money to this private corporation to do a public service. We see this when cities will create a business improvement district to promote tourism within the city, and they'll give it to like an agency that promotes tourism. Now that private entity can become a legislative body, and now they got to comply with the Brown Act. It's rare, but it does happen. So what constitutes a meeting? A meeting is any congregation of a majority of the members of the body in the same place at the same time to hear, discuss, or deliberate upon any item within their jurisdiction. So the city council is made of 5 individuals. If 3 of them get together, that's a meeting. If they're discussing or deliberating or hearing matters that relate to the city council's jurisdiction. If your committee of 11 members has 6 people gathered together to discuss or talk about matters within the authority of your committee, that's a meeting. Now pay close attention to these bullet points down at the bottom. Informal discussions. It's very easy to just start talking about the things that you're working on or things that are coming up. Informal discussions between 2 individuals are not a meeting, even among members of the city council. But once that 3rd member gets involved of the city council, you now have crossed the threshold to a meeting. It was an informal discussion, but now that a 3rd person is involved, that's a majority. That's a meeting. And if it wasn't publicly noticed, if there was no agenda posted, if the public wasn't allowed to come and give comment, you've now violated the Brown Act. For your committee, it's a little different because you can have up to 5 people could have an informal discussion without having a meeting under the Brown Act. But the second that 6th person gets involved, you now have a meeting and you've triggered the Brown Act, and the public has to be involved if it wants to. Agenda has to be posted, the date, the time, the location, all of that. So be very careful about these informal discussions that you have. Telephone conversations for purposes of discussing decisions in advance. That's another one that officials sometimes get in trouble over. They'll call their coworkers, their colleagues on the same body, and they'll say, "Hey, did you see this item coming up? What do you think? How do you think you're going to vote on this one? Maybe we could present a unified front." And while that's okay, as long as 3 individuals if a majority aren't doing that and deciding in advance, it's certainly not ethical to do it that way. The idea, again, is so that these decisions and deliberations are made in full view of the public. And if you're speaking with your colleagues in advance and planning out how you're going to vote, it defeats the purpose of the law. Look at this last bullet point here, or the second to last bullet point, serial meetings. A serial meeting is a different flavor altogether, but it happens more often than you speculate. If you have a majority of the members of the body, they may not be in one particular specific location together at the same time. One may talk to the second one, and the second one may talk to the third one, and tell the third one what the first 2 talked about. That's a serial meeting, because now you've got 3 members talking and deliberating about a matter that's within the subject matter of the body, and so that's a meeting. That's a serial meeting. It's not conducted, face to face and in the same room with 3 people. It's conducted serially between 3 individuals, or 4 individuals, or 5 individuals. Once it crosses that threshold to include a majority of the members, that can become a serial meeting. And so we always want to avoid talking with other members of our body about what we talked about with other members of the body. Another way that can happen, picture the spoke of a wheel. And each of the spokes is a member of the body, and one person could be in the middle. And so this member speaks with the hub of the wheel, and then the hub talks to this member and says what this person said, and then that person will go to a third or a fourth. And so you may not be doing 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4. It may be all through one intermediary. And if that person is telling other members of the body what other members of the body have already said, you're conducting a meeting, essentially, is what you're doing. You're just doing it behind closed doors in violation of the Brown Act. So be careful how you discuss your official business with your employees or with your colleagues. It's so easy to do this. Yes, was there a question?
I have a question, because sometimes, it's something that, people don't often realize, it doesn't always have to be face-to-face, but phone,
Yeah.
texting now.
That's my last point. It's so easy to do this via reply all to an email or in a blog or on a social media post, right? If three members of a body, if a majority of the members of a body is following a conversation on a social media post, or if staff sends an email to all the members of a committee informing them about a decision or an agenda or something, and somebody hits reply all, I don't think this is a good idea, can we postpone this? And everybody gets it. Now you have a majority of the members considering a matter that's within your jurisdiction. That's a meeting. It's very easy to violate the Brown Act by hitting reply all. So often what staff will do is blind carbon copy members of the body so that you can't hit reply all and violate that. But it's something to be very aware of and how easy it is to violate. Are there any questions from the committee on these types of serial meetings? We want to make sure that these don't happen. All your deliberations occur in a meeting that's been properly agendized and noticed to the public. Okay, we'll keep going. A meeting is not individual contacts or conversations. A meeting is not an attendance by a majority of the members of the body at certain conferences or social events, so long as they don't discuss official business. So, for example, a parade, right? There may be a parade going through the city, and all 5 council members will attend. And they're seated in a nice little area to honor them and recognize them as members of the city council, and they're stuck in a spot, and they're watching this event. Well, there's a majority of the members right there. But they're at an event, and they're not discussing or deliberating anything. So that gathering of a majority of the members is not a meeting under the Brown Act, because they're not debating, they're not deliberating, they're not even hearing matters that are within their authority. So that's not a meeting. Also, their attendance at meetings of other legislative bodies. So let's say that a majority of the members of the city council attend a board of supervisors meeting for the county of Orange, and you've got all 5 city council members for Westminster in the board of supervisors chambers because they want to talk to the supervisors on a matter that could influence Westminster. Well, as long as they're not sitting in the back deliberating and debating and discussing matters within the subject matter of the Westminster City Council, they can attend that event. And that's not a meeting under the Brown Act either. Again, it's very easy to violate the Brown Act by hitting reply all. Use caution anytime you are emailing other members of your committee or your body. Also, this could run into problems with the Public Records Act. Using your own email or personal device to discuss agency business can subject your personal emails and text messages to public disclosure. It's good practice to only use official city accounts to discuss official city business. Now, I don't know if members of your committee were issued city email addresses. Probably weren't issued city phones. But it's a good practice, because you're public officials, to not use your personal accounts to discuss personal business, or to discuss official business, because those emails could be subject to public disclosure. What makes it a public document is not the fact that the city owns it on one of its servers or in a city account. What makes it public is this content. So if you're discussing official business in a private account, that communication that relates to official business is subject to public disclosure under the Public Records Act. And so your email accounts contain personal communications. And if you've commingled personal communications with official communications, it's very easy for your personal emails to get caught up in a potential disclosure of public emails. So be very careful about that. It's good practice not to do public business on personal devices. It's recommended that you use the official agency address that the city gives you. That way all of your business and all of your personal communications are separate. Texting has the same problem. If you're texting on a personal account, those text messages can be subject to public disclosure if they relate to public business. And again, they can be easily used to hold a serial meeting. If you're texting several members of your body, or you're doing a group text, that's a meeting right there if you're talking about things that are within your authority. Or even during a meeting, right? Sometimes we see public officials that are texting during a meeting. Who are they texting? What are they doing up there? What's going on? Is there some type of secret deliberations going on at the dais? Are they getting texts from the applicants, or are they just talking to each other? The public can't see that. But if they relate to the public's business, guess what? They can get copies of those text messages. So avoid sending or receiving texts or emails to and from the public during a meeting. So if you're sitting on the dais and you're engaged in a meeting, avoid sending or receiving text messages or emails from the public during that time, or to and from members of the body during a meeting, or if you've declared a conflict. Remember, you can't participate in a decision if you have a conflict. So avoid that practice. The rule that we live by is dance like no one is watching, and email like it may one day be read aloud in a deposition. That's a little joke that we say around the office. And it's just good practice, because the public could have access to all of these emails if they want them. Blogging is a way that some agencies or public officials have gotten into trouble, because blogs can be read by any member of the public, and that includes members of the body. So blogs can have comments, and there can be a discussion in the comments among majority members of the body, and pretty soon you've got a meeting on your hands, and it's all written down. There's a nice public record of the meeting that you're holding right there. If there is a public meeting, the law requires an agenda to be posted at least 3 days before the meeting. If it's a special meeting, you only have to give 24 hours notice. The agenda has to specify the time and the location, and a brief general description of each item. So the item for each agenda needs to have a general description of what the item is, so that the public can decide if it wants to come or not. Oh, this includes closed session items. The law prohibits you from taking any action on any item that's not listed in the agenda. So if something comes up during the course of the meeting and it's not listed on the agenda, you can't take action on it. Now, there are some exceptions to this. If there is a need to take immediate action, you need a 2/3 vote of the body to put it on the agenda. You are permitted to make brief disclosures and responses to public comments that get brought up during the meeting. So if a member of the public brings up an item that's not on the agenda, you're allowed to briefly address it. You can't take action on it, but you can briefly address it and direct staff to take follow-up action. That's not going to be a violation of the Brown Act. But generally, the law is that you can't take action on any item that's not listed in the agenda. You can also take action to agendize a future item. So somebody may come in and say, hey, you took action to put this on a future agenda, and that action wasn't on this agenda. Well, the law allows you to do that. So that's an exception to the rule. Closed sessions are a little different. These are one of the few rare exceptions where members of a legislative body can meet in private and discuss very narrow topics of information that the public is not privy to. It is illegal to disclose the contents of a closed session discussion. Now, if you violate the Brown Act, the main consequence is nullification of the decision that was made in violation of the Brown Act. So if you take an action to approve a contract and that contract wasn't on the agenda, that contract can be voided. If you adopt an ordinance, this one happens too often. If you adopt an ordinance that wasn't properly agendized in the Brown Act, that ordinance is invalid and it can't be enforced. Criminal sanctions for intentional violations. When COVID hit and our city council, our cities were like, how are we gonna update? City managers would call us and say, how can we update our council members on what we're doing to keep the public safe in the face of this pandemic? Can I just send them this update and tell them what we're doing in this declared state of emergency? And we said, not without violating the Brown Act. And they said, our mayors want to know what the heck's going on. They're getting calls every day from the city, or from the public on what we're doing. And you're telling me I can't tell them what the city's doing? And I'm saying, call a special meeting. Call a special meeting and then tell them. You can do that, but you have to call a special meeting. Because if you don't, you're doing an intentional violation of the Brown Act. Now, thankfully, Governor Newsom did an executive order a couple weeks later and amended the Brown Act to allow city managers to update their members of the city council so that they could have these updates without having to do an agenda and call a meeting, right? That made sense in the state of an emergency to just give a little relaxation of the Brown Act. But an intentional violation of the Brown Act is potentially a crime. So if you know it's a violation, don't violate the Brown Act. And you're going to get intense adverse media attention. Members of the public rely on the Brown Act to stay informed. And if you violate the Brown Act, it's going to be known sooner or later. Now, the Public Records Act. The act applies to any writing contained any information relating to the conduct of the people's business that is prepared, owned, used, or retained by any local or state agency. So, this is a very broad definition. It applies to any writing. Don't just think of handwriting. Don't just think of printed documents. It applies to everything. It applies to videos, pictures, audio recordings, microfiche, microfilm, blueprints, everything. Everything is every type of communication that can be reduced to a tangible form is a writing under the Public Records Act. And if it relates to the conduct of the people's business, and it is used, owned, prepared, or retained by the agency, it's a public record. And it can be disclosed, it must be disclosed, if the public asks for it, and there's not a specific rule that allows the agency to keep it confidential. This applies to all agency correspondence and contracts. It applies to photos, videos, and tape recordings, and emails, and business license information. All of the records that you have as a public agency are subject to disclosure to the public, except for very narrow categories of records that can be withheld. They must be available for inspection or copies. Most of the time when the public wants to see public records, they want a copy of it, but they're also entitled to just walk into City Hall and ask to inspect it right there at the counter. They must be available upon request, which reasonably describes the record that they're looking for. And the city is able to recover just the direct cost of duplication. So the paper and the toner to make a copy can be recovered by the city. It's usually 10 cents per page. The request must be focused and specific, so they can't give this vague general description of amorphous records that you can't identify. They have to be very specific in their request. The agency will have 10 days to respond to the request, so you can't delay unreasonably there. If you deny the request, if you say, sorry, you're not getting these records because they're exempt under the Act, these are confidential, and here's why, here's our authority, you have to put that in writing. The public has a right to reasonable assistance from the agency, which means basic customer service. If the member of the public comes in and wants copies of records, they may not know how your agency labels those records or categorizes those records. And so it's your duty under the law to give them basic customer service and accommodate their request and work with them to get them the records that they're asking for. Now, here are some of the records that you do not need to disclose under the Public Records Act. Preliminary drafts, notes, and memoranda. Often you'll see this, you'll see public records requests for the handwritten notes of employees in a meeting. And you'll get a PRA request for those handwritten notes. I want the handwritten notes of all the attendees of that meeting. Well, if it's a preliminary draft, if those notes were designed to facilitate the drafting of a report, and then that report becomes the record and those notes get thrown away, we don't have to disclose those notes because they're just drafts. Pending litigation records. If your agency is involved in litigation that's active or pending, anticipated, you don't have to disclose records that you specifically create to use in that litigation. You don't have to disclose communication with your legal counsel. Those are protected by the attorney-client privilege. You don't have to you don't have to disclose complaints and investigations from the police department. Now, there are exceptions to this. Recent changes in the law that resulted from police shootings and excessive force by police departments have resulted in a dramatic relaxation of these confidentiality laws, giving the public much greater access to officer-involved shootings, uses of excessive force, officer misconduct involving sexual assault and dishonesty. The public now has access to tons of records in these categories, whereas before they didn't. So there are very specific rules relating to police records and investigations and complaints. You are allowed to withhold personnel records, right? Because personnel records are those employment records that talk about private matters like your accommodations and your emergency contacts and your discipline, those types of things that are private. The law allows you to withhold those. Financial data, trade secrets, security information, right? We don't want the public to have access to, the security cameras in the police department. What good would the public gain from knowing how the police department and city businesses are secured, city facilities are secured? So we can withhold that information from public scrutiny. Architectural drawings. Often people will come into the city with architectural plans to develop a particular property, and they will submit architectural plans to the city. Well, that's now a public record being used by the city. So could another architect come in and do a Public Records Act request for those plans and then just cheat and use their copyrighted material? Seems like a pretty shady business to me. And so the law allows us to withhold those architectural plans because the copyright owner, the architect who designed them, has a right to protect their investment, to protect their work product. So there are special rules for those. And then the catch-all, this last bullet point. You can withhold any record as long as the public interest in keeping it confidential clearly outweighs the public interest in making it public. Now, this is a very mushy standard. It's not weighted in favor of confidentiality. The law is slighted in favor of public disclosure. So if you're going to keep something back, the reason you're keeping it back has to clearly outweigh the public interest in disclosure. So if there's not one of these express exemptions on the top where litigation records, those are exempt, you don't have to disclose those. You have to do this balancing, and the balancing is not in your favor. So keep that in mind. Public Disclosure Act and email communications. You are required to disclose emails that contain any information regarding public business if they are prepared, owned, used, or retained by the agency. Some exceptions from disclosure are strictly construed. So again, the law is not designed to allow you to keep things confidential. The law is designed to make as much information publicly accessible as possible. The Public Records Act is enforced by a court, so it typically takes the form of a lawsuit in civil court where a member of the public will file a lawsuit for records that they're requesting that the agency has denied. And if you lose, if the agency loses, if the court orders disclosure of records that you didn't want to disclose, the agency pays the other side's attorney's fees. And those attorney's fees are usually the dispositive factor in determining whether or not we're going to disclose this record or not. Because those fees are high, and the agency has to really want to keep that information privileged if it's going to risk paying attorney's fees if they lose. So the best practice for you as public officials is to just assume that all the information and the records that you have are public and will become public at any time. Don't discuss agency business with fellow decision makers outside of public meetings. Those are your best practices. Okay, and then the final subject of the training for today, fair process laws. These are your due process considerations. As a decision maker, the public expects you to be impartial and avoid favoritism. There are 5 areas for us to discuss: common law bias, due process requirements, the doctrine of incompatible offices, competitive bidding, and anti-nepotism laws. So, under the common law, due process in an administrative hearing demands decision makers be fair and impartial. So if you are deciding a matter in your capacity as a public official, the law requires that you be fair in making that decision. And if you have a personal interest in the outcome, you can't be a fair decision maker. So you have to disqualify yourself. You are allowed to have strong opinions, but you cannot have a completely closed mind. Often what you'll see are public officials who come out early on a controversial item and say, I'm against cannabis, and I'll never approve a cannabis development in my city. And then an application comes for a cannabis development. And that official has gone on the record and said, I'll never approve cannabis, without even hearing the application, without even giving the applicant a fair opportunity to explain what they're applying for. In that situation, you are not a fair and impartial decision maker, and the law requires that you act as such. So you can say, I am strongly against cannabis. I don't think this is good for our community. But if you say, I'll never approve a cannabis business, you've gone too far. So you can have strong opinions, but you can't completely prejudge a matter. So due process generally requires that you give notice to the intended action, right? We want to approve this project. We want to deny this project. We want to take away this entitlement. Notice and a hearing. An opportunity to prepare. So we can't give you notice the day before the hearing. There's no opportunity to prepare. An opportunity to be heard. You know, you get your 5, 10, 15 minutes to present your side, and it requires a fair and impartial hearing. Now, the requirements of due process are flexible depending on the interest at stake. So if the government is trying to put somebody in jail for committing a crime, you're taking away their life and their liberty. So the due process requirements are very high. They have to tell you when your trial is going to be. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you committed the crime, and so on and so forth. They have to give you a jury. Okay? A lot of due process if the government is going to prosecute you criminally. But if you're just approving, you know, a permit to put up a sign for a temporary sign in front of a business, that's a much less important interest. And so the due process that the city gives you is going to be significantly less. Notice and a hearing is usually all that's required for those type of general run-of-the-mill entitlements. Now, the doctrine of incompatible offices applies when you serve in 2 offices. So a member of the city council cannot serve on a member of the school board when their jurisdictions overlap, because a decision before the city council may involve a school site or the loyalties that the city council member may have as a member of the board of directors for the school. So if your loyalties are divided, the law doesn't even let you hold both offices. The law requires that you forfeit the second office that you take. No, the first office that you take. If you take the second office, the law presumes that that's the one that you want to keep, and if it's incompatible with the first one, that office is vacant. You vacated that office upon ascending to the second office. So anytime there's a possibility of a significant clash of duties or loyalties between the offices, that means that the offices are incompatible, and you've vacated the first one, and you only have the second one at that point. Okay, I'm getting close to the end, and we're close to out of time. What would we like to do at this point? Okay.
I'm sorry, 4:18, sorry.
So we're going to delay starting the second meeting to continue the training? Okay. Employees of a local agency may not be sworn into an office as an elected official or appointed member of that agency's body unless he or she resigns as an employee. So if you're an employee with the city and now you want to become a member of the city council, the duties of loyalty between both bodies, between your status as an employee and your official position now on the council, they would conflict. So you have to resign as the employee. If the employee does not resign, the employee shall automatically terminate upon being sworn into office. So sometimes employees don't want to quit their job just because they got elected to the city council, but the law requires it. The public officer is deemed to have forfeited the first office upon acceding to the second. This does not apply to employment positions. So you may have an employment position with another body, another agency, but that's not an office. It's an employment situation. So the doctrine of incompatible offices only applies to offices and not employment. Competitive bidding on public contracts. Everyone has a right to compete for an agency's business. Competition produces the best price for the taxpayers. You can consider this good public policy. When an agency wants to spend its money on a public project to benefit the public, it's in the agency and the public's interest that the agency get the best price for what they're buying. And so everybody should have the right to bid on that project so that they compete and offer the agency the lowest price. Public works projects involving construction of, parks and buildings and roads and bridges and sewers and utilities, those types of public infrastructure projects, if they are valued at more than $5,000, which they are because they're public works projects, the state law requires that the agency award the contract to the lowest responsible bidder. What that means is that your agency is bound by law to give the contract to the lowest price if that person offering the lowest price is a responsible bidder. If they're a functioning company, if they have the qualified personnel, and they are offering the price at the lowest price, you are required to give it to them. The agency, one thing is common. You can't split projects into smaller projects to avoid this. So you can't split up the project into like $4,000 phases and then not bid it and just give it to one company because we'll do this for $4,000 and we'll do this for $4,000 and then we'll do this one for $4,000. The agency may adopt the uniform construction accounting procedures with less formal proceedings, so that way it won't be as structured for the smaller contracts. Then you don't have to do the competitive bidding for anything under $175. Most public works projects are millions of dollars, but there are some smaller projects that are $50,000, $60,000, $100,000, and to go through the bidding process is cumbersome and expensive, and so it may not be in the agency's best interest to engage in that expensive process for these smaller ones. But you have to adopt the Uniform Construction Accounting Procedures Act in order to avail yourself of those more relaxed standards. Now, there are some exceptions to competitive bidding. You don't have to do this for every type of project that the agency wants to purchase. The agency does not have to professionally bid professional services. So if the agency wants to hire an attorney, for example, or an accountant, or an auditor, or an environmental consultant, or any number of an engineer perhaps, you don't have to bid those. It doesn't apply to professional services. In an emergency, you don't have to do the competitive bidding. If a water main breaks and it's leaking water down Main Street and it's flooding businesses and flooding homes, the agency does not have to let the water run until it can issue an invitation for bids, give everybody time to prepare the bids, set a date for a public meeting for the city council to consider the bids, and then issue a notice to proceed. That's going to take way too long. So in an emergency, if a 4/5 vote of the council approves it, the agency can contract immediately without going through the bidding process, but it needs to be an actual emergency, and it needs that 4/5 vote. And then the Uniform Cost Accounting Act allows an exception to competitive bidding to a higher amount. So the Public Contract Code, state law says $5,000 and above, you got to competitively bid. But the Uniform Cost Accounting Act says up to $175,000, you can have an informal procedure. It's a more relaxed procedure for bidding. Now, the governing body can reject all bids in its discretion. It doesn't have to accept all the bids. It doesn't have to accept that lowest bid. It can look at all these bids and say, yeah, it's the lowest, but it's not low enough. We thought it was going to be lower. We don't have the funds for this. So the city council, the governing body, whoever's accepting these bids, can reject all bids. And no further bidding is required if 4/5 vote determines the project can be performed more economically by day labor, or through open market procedures. So if the agency decides, look, our own forces can do this. Our employees can fix that water main. We can do this on our own. We don't have to bid this out. We can do it on our own. If you have a 4/5 vote, or you have open market procedures to get a company to come in and perform those services, then you don't have to do bidding again. Or if you don't receive any bids at all, if you do a notice inviting bids and nobody responds, Well, you tried. You put it out to bid. You don't have to do bidding if nobody's bidding on your project. Now, there are some violations of competitive bidding laws. If you don't bid a project, and you have to realize, when you have competing businesses for a bid, for a public contract, the second lowest bidder is going to be a little miffed that they didn't get the contract. So they're going to be watching to make sure every procedure was followed, every law was complied with. And so if you give a contract to the low bidder who maybe made a mistake in their bid, and they forgot to add in one of the line items, or they forgot to sign one of the documents, or any number of inconsistencies with their bid proposal, they're gonna catch it, and they're gonna call you on it. And if you violate these bidding requirements, the contract can be voided, which can be very expensive, particularly if the city has authorized them to proceed and now they've incurred a bunch of expenses in reliance on the contract. Voiding those types of contracts can be very costly, definitely embarrassing for the agency. The contract cannot subsequently be ratified, so the agency can't fix it. The agency can't go back and, well, we're going to ratify that contract after we fix this. No. The contractor has no right to reimbursement from service or materials furnished, even if rendered in compliance with contract requirements. So the contractor isn't going to be able to recover its costs. The contractor is going to be out. The city is going to be out because the contract is void. And what's often common, this last bullet point, is that agencies often will have their own specific additional requirements for bidding, in addition to what state law requires. Many agencies require public bidding on bids for services. So the city's code will say, hey, we require bidding on public projects, but we're also going to require them on contracts for professional services. So before we hire an attorney or a consultant or an accountant or an engineer, we're going to do bids. We need to solicit at least 3 bids and get proposals and do it that way. So you got to also consult your local agency's code. It's not just one set of laws that you have to consult. It's often several. Anti-nepotism. Now, the Fair Employment and Housing Act, FEHA, prohibits discrimination based on marital status, but it does allow employers to reasonably regulate, for reasons of supervision, safety, security, or morale, spouses working in the same department, division, or facility. So in plain English, there is no law in FEHA or in other places that prohibits the hiring of spouses or children in an employment context. But it does allow employers, like the City of Westminster, to adopt a policy that reasonably regulates how spouses and family members work in the same departments. Most of these anti-nepotism laws or regulations that agencies will adopt pretty much just prohibit a member of a family from directly supervising another member of the family, or hiring a member, or terminating, or determining the working conditions of a family member. So those anti-nepotism laws would be found in a formal policy by the agency, and it's in your interest to know those laws and regulations before you start work, so you can comply with them and not violate the policy. It's generally a good idea not to participate in decisions directly affecting family members. Best practices. Think fairness and merit-based decision-making in your decisions. Keep politics separate from work. Those are your best practices. Now, the key lessons that I'd like to just reiterate before we call it good. Again, the law sets a minimum standard. That's not always good enough for members of your agency. You don't just want to comply with the law. You don't want to just follow the letter of the law. You want to follow the spirit of the law and be as ethical as reasonably possible in any given situation. Violations of ethics laws carry stiff penalties. We talked about several of those. We talked about jail time, we talked about fines, we talked about voiding contracts, we talked about public embarrassment, public scrutiny, those kinds of things, disqualification from office. Those are all violations. Those are all consequences of violations that are, I think we've seen, can be easily accomplished. It's very easy to find yourself in an ethical situation where a law is violated. So, when in doubt, ask, and ask early. Often what will happen is we'll get questions from public officials who say, I may have a conflict on this item on the agenda. And we'll say, okay, what's the item? And they'll say, well, it's an approval of a development, and we've had 2 or 3 meetings on this item already, and we're going to approve it tonight, and I want to know if I have a conflict. Well, they've been acting on it all this time, and now the decision comes up to them, but they've participated in all these decisions, and it's kind of like, well, you're kind of already up to your neck in it anyways, so ask early. Bring our office in. That's why we're here. We're here to give you advice and guide you through some of these really tricky processes, because we don't expect you as public servants and lay people who have jobs and families and spend your spare time volunteering for public service to know all this stuff. So ask. Let us know what your potential concerns are, and we will guide you through the process. Now, it's your choice how high you want to set your sights above the minimum requirements of the law. You can be as ethical as you want to be. It's our advice to always act as conservatively as reasonably possible. If you're in doubt as to a given course of action, we always advise on the conservative approach. What's the side that's going to reduce your liability or reduce the exposure of liability to the city? Now, ultimately, as a public official, it's up to you to decide. We explain the legal risk, and we let you make up your mind. So you may come to us with a question about a potential conflict, but you really want to participate on that item. This is why you're in public service, so that you can be involved in these crucial decisions that impact the community. And you would hate to recuse yourself from this decision because it's so impactful. But it just so happens that you have a financial interest that may be impacted. So bring us in. Let us work with you. Go through staff to contact our office, so that way you're not racking up legal bills for the city without any authority. But go through the city staff. Talk with them about what your conflict is. Is there a question? I see a hand. Oh, no. Okay. Talk to city staff. Bring us in. We will guide you through this process. We'll walk you through those steps, and we'll help you to come to the right conclusion. Or whatever conclusion is that you're comfortable with and that the agency is comfortable with. These are all of the resources that we have available to you. We use these regularly. The Fair Political Practices Commission, they are a state agency. They have a website. They even have an advice line where you can call and you can chat and you can get informal advice over the phone during certain hours of the day. Or you could write an email to them, describe your problem in writing, and get formal written advice. You can get a formal opinion from the FPPC. It usually takes a couple weeks. Hence, our advice to ask early. Because if you see an item coming down the road and you ask us the day before the meeting or when the agenda comes out, oh, I have a conflict on this. I have a potential conflict on this agenda item that's 3 days from now in the meeting. I think I should get an FPPC opinion on this. Because if you get an FPPC opinion and they say you don't have a conflict, and so you participate, but then later a court says, no, you did have a conflict, that opinion gives you immunity. And so it's like a get out of jail free card. But you're not going to get that opinion in 3 days. It's going to take a few weeks. So bring us in early. We'll reach out to the FPPC and we'll get you your advice letter to protect you in the event that you do get challenged for acting on an item where you had a conflict of interest. The Attorney General is also available, but not as accessible. The Attorney General doesn't really give out, well, their jurisdiction is limited to offices, incompatible offices and other minor investigatory matters. So if you have incompatible offices, the Attorney General may get involved to investigate to say, hey, this looks incompatible to us. And the Attorney General can give somebody permission to sue to have you disqualified from one of your offices. The League of California Cities, they recently changed their name to Cal Cities. And the Institute for Local Government websites. These are all great resources for you where you can network with other public officials to get common sense approaches to the problems that you face. Everything that you've seen and that you're approaching has been approached by somebody else. And so if you can just tap into some of these resources, you'll be able to gain a wealth of knowledge, and hopefully, as a result of this training that you've received today, and with your networking and with your interactions with other public officials, you'll be confident that you'll be able to spot issues before they become problems. If you're able to see potential conflicts and identify them, you can ask the right questions, you can make the right decisions, and avoid the embarrassment of a violation of one of these ethical laws. And of course, our office. I mean, we're your attorneys. We work for you and we help you, and it's our job to keep you out of trouble. So, has everybody signed in that needs certification from this course? There's a sign-in sheet right there at the front. Our office will provide you a proof of participation. We'll give it to the clerk as a public record. And again, consider going beyond the minimum in terms of education. This is just we could dive deep into this stuff if you'd like to. But you've got a nice overview today, and I hope that satisfies your needs. Any questions before we call it good?
Yeah, now, is this considered information purposes for the test, or is this a goal, you just passed class?
You passed the class.
Wow.
Any other questions?
Why don't we have to take the test? Why?
What's that?
Why don't they have to take the test?
The law doesn't require it. The law doesn't require that you take a test. It just says that you take a training.
Even if the city requires it?
The city could require it. The city could make a law and pass an ordinance.
If the city has said, hey, you're supposed to take the test by October 24th, 2000, are you supposed to follow the guidelines or not?
It all depends on how the guidelines were enacted. Who from the city said that, or did they say that?
Over here,
I think it said training.
training, well, taking the test.
Yeah, so.
The online version has a,
I think what you refer to as the online version, which is administered through, the FEC for AB 1234. When we do the online training, they do have a component, they address all these things to be compliant, but it has a component where you have to respond to questions, which I think is very
Yeah, that's what we did.
But I think that is part of how that curriculum is built to allow for the 2-hour training. So when we have a person in person doing it, they monitor the 2 hours. When you're on the computer, that's the way to gauge the 2 hours. So the system, the online training, it has those systems built in for that purpose. So it's not that it's required, it's just that it's different as it's built into our curriculum. And that's why sometimes, I'm sorry, that's why sometimes people complete their requirements earlier than the 2 hours, but they need to stay online to complete the 2-hour minimum. So sometimes people get through them very, very quickly, but they're still required.
No, yeah, because we saw, it was 3 people that did the compliance and did it online and did it over the 2 hours. And then the majority group didn't bother. Now, that was in October last year, now we're having a class today.
Yeah,
It doesn't make it very ethical. Well, the one group asked, we're instructed to do something, and we did it, and that was in October last year, and then now, we're in July, now we're having a class, so the rest of the people who did not get the training through taking it online or hearing you are being given a full pass.
I don't think anyone's giving anyone a pass.
Yeah, it's not a.
Well, that's how it seems. That's what I mean.
Yeah, I'm sorry that it seems that way. That is not at all the situation. I can assure you, as the interim clerk right now, that we're making every attempt and providing situations like this through the council's direction and the support by the city manager to provide in-person training in addition to the online training. The advantage to the online training is that anyone can do it at their convenience at any given time. You do it from your own home. You don't have to come to a in-person setting. So that's the advantage. It's not that we're changing anything to make it, or to do things different. It's just to offer another opportunity for people to be able to do the training, that's required.
The state could just have a class for everybody before the 24th, and that would be the end of that.
Hindsight.
Yep.
I mean, and to be honest with you, more than just Quang was invited here today. So
Yeah.
anyone who was not in compliance
Correct.
was invited and welcome to come, staff too. So, yeah.
I was aware of that.
Yeah, okay, I just wanna make sure, this is not this committee specific by any means. And it's something, online versions of these things, and correct me if I'm wrong, since COVID, they have been preferred by a lot of people. And putting on big trainings, if we had all of our, I've been here when we've done this, all of our commissions, it'd have to be in our big room, and I don't think we were in a place pandemic-wise to offer that. This was the only committee meeting in person. So I think just the circumstances surrounding that too kind of made it a little challenging. With that,
Okay. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, you're too kind. You're too kind.
Well, if they didn't already. Yeah, take a break. Let's 5-minute break. Is that okay?
Now, are we ready for this? Do open minutes, I guess. And everything should still be open.
Yes.
You closed all those down?
So.
So Tammy. What do you want to be on this presentation? Like communication?
no, and you were late. Yeah, but I think you're already good. I think you already qualified, Chair.
I tried it 7 times to get in the website link and passwords. It's not go through.
Oh, yeah, they have to be reset.
I really, you're sick from me, but even that, I still cannot.
Yeah, we have to do it through the state. I can't do it. It's not our program. Yeah,
Con?
Is she gone?
Kenny, one more time, Kenny.
It's the wrong one.
Tammy.
And then, right here. This one.
One more copy. Let me get out of the way. Stand by, Kenny.
And you can do that one and Mr. Annette? No, it was the wrong one. It was somebody else's.
Someone else's.
It was somebody else's.
It's okay. It was him. That's okay. That's okay. No. This is you. We're gonna get him a new one.
Oh. Yes. Thank you. I don't have a Man? Yes. Quang Ben? Man Can Ben?
Okay.
Your signature and your name. This is Kimberly's.
Well, we'll have him sign it, and then we'll get it's doctor sign.
Like,
Okay, we're waiting on yours. Tammy went to print it out. Yep. Okay. You've been here all day.
Oh my goodness. I'll make copies and then bring these back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that way they can take this and then we'll have the other ones. Oh. Is Tammy over there? Let me go.
Yeah, we need that one anyway. She's coming.
Yeah. Yeah.
trước nó làm cái trước rồi sau rồi mình cứ anh chụp rồi anh nãy tôi làm thế anh rồi chụp là kêu roll call anh làm rồi là cái training thôi anh có đây tôi phải làm bây giờ là họp là anh ở trong agenda nó có nói đó đọc trong agenda nó gửi cho anh đâu anh nói gì vậy tụi em đưa em gọi rất quan tâm anh này cái này làm không vậy ha anh phần này chụp cái lồng cạnh Give me Venice. Venice. We have two absent today.
We do?
One guy, Mr. Kenneth, still in Oklahoma City in the conference. And the name is Penalties, right?
The basic.
It's it. So. Em Hùng đi. Hùng á. Hùng. Chánh lên chánh. No, you are there.
Okay.
He's waiting to sign.
Oh, you're sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to do one else.
Sorry. We wait for the roll call. No, you say, Mr. Chan. Anh ký chưa?
Chưa.
Anh thôi là ký rồi.
Chưa được, nó ăn rồi đi copy.
Ok.
Ngồi chờ nó.
Ok.
Should be in everyone's agenda. And the agenda packet. What about this one? I never show up, right? Okay, so we got 3 places. Yeah. Okay, and all 3 then, okay? What? No, don't be sorry. No, it's still like this. We're all barely here. I'll do staff report.
Đừng nói rằng gọi là nhiều nha. Lý thì cái sự đợi cũng không có rồi đó. Làm cho đúng lịch sự. Xây dựng được cái nào gì mà sai lịch sự. Chưa xong. Anh tránh cho ký giấy tờ.
That's fine, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, I can do that.
Alo. Đừng họp trên thành phố bên này, họp em lấy năm mấy người đó đây có con vợ con Sơn rồi đây nè. Nếu bên này họp thì mai họp nữa 2 bữa nữa. Ok. Đừng họp. nó giờ chờ Hồng mới ấy lên nè mình đến đây
Ok.
chờ replace it.
Hồng chứ. Where's your home?
chờ
Hồng đó.
chờ nó gọi được lên
Ok.
Hồng
Vanessa is ready.
Chair, you have a quorum.
It's a electoral call.
I'm going to call to order at 6:39. We'll do roll call.
Yeah.
Okay. Sun Chi Dao,
Here.
Con Nguyen,
Yes.
Chi Van Tran,
She absent.
absent. Kenny Huang,
em here
Paul Lee,
Here.
Nam Tran, Tan,
E6 absent.
Ngoc Pham.
He's absent.
Thank you.
Oh,
Man Kong Van. Here. Robert Harrison. Here. Quan Nguyen. Here. And Ao Trung is a no. Chair, you have 4 vacant seats if you'd like to fill them with alternates.
Let's call is it Hồng Nguyên and I didn't to replay Ngọc Kenneth and replay the Chi Nam Tran. Okay, so both of you come up to the speaker now here. Okay, please. Hồng, come in.
đến
And I didn't come to here for Nam Tran. Right here. Okay. No, right here. Here. You want to go? Oh.
oh yeah I don't know that call one more
Okay, you didn't.
one more
Okay. So that's
we need one more no?
Yeah, one more.
we need one more.
correct
A caller.
It doesn't matter.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay.
check the volume
Okay. Everybody stand up and salute the flags, please. Vanessa, hat, please. The hat off, please. Officer, hat.
Ready, begin. To the flag. Of the United States of America.
Thank you. Please sit down.
Do we have any speakers? Have a- First speaker is Mark Lawrence.
Good evening, Mark Lawrence, Westminster resident. First of all, I want to say thank you to Vice Chair Quang for taking his beret off. Thank you, sir. You and I have seen eye to eye tonight. Once again, we find ourselves back here again deciding an issue that is so divisive among our city. Now, I'm not against monuments, not anti-Vietnamese. Lived in this town for 51 years. Grew up here. However, I do not want to see this monument put into the Sid Goldstein Freedom Park, or any park for that matter. That park is, I understand, sacred to us all. I was for the monument that is there at the moment. It's a very nice monument. I actually wish the traveling wall would come back, just like the one in Washington, D.C. However, this issue has divided our city right down the middle, gentlemen. And I don't think we need to do that. I don't think we need to do that. Just today, there were 4 American soldiers given the Congressional Medal of Honor that were Vietnam vets. And I have their names right here. Staff Sergeant Edward Keneshiro, Specialist Dwight Birdwell, Specialist Dennis Fuji, and Major Don Duffy. Those are good men. They deserve our praise, they deserve our thanks, and the day after the 246th birthday of our country. Now, once again, I have no problem with monuments. However, this park is not the idea. It's not a good placement for our town. So before you decide where you're going to put this park, think of the consequences it will have in our town and how, once again, it will be very divisive. And I respect you, gentlemen. You went through war. You went through hell. You have my sympathy. You have my empathy as far as losing your country. Nobody wanted to see that. I remember watching it from my living room with my parents, who were aghast at seeing the fall of Saigon. We support you, but there's some issues we just cannot support. And this happens to be one of them. So please, before you decide, think of the entire community. Please. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Terry Raines, and I have a handout.
Thank you. Thanks.
During the discussion.
You may begin. Good evening, Terry Raines, Westminster. I hope you all had a great 4th of July weekend celebrating America's independence and the freedoms you enjoy as citizens of this great country, while remembering the brave soldiers who fought so valiantly for America's freedom and the over 58,000 American soldiers who died for your freedom, fighting for your freedom in Vietnam. Never forget Who orchestrated that farce of scripted speakers at the last council meeting telling the council to put this monument in Sid Goldstein Freedom Park? It wasn't on the agenda, and this committee agreed to never propose that. The June 29th meeting was supposed to be all about compromise and agreement on design elements, but we are still a long ways from that. Again, the agenda packet was incomplete and amended just 4 hours before this meeting. The battle participation was missing entirely, but was distributed to some members this morning via private email. The narrative was revised and distributed to a handful of members Friday night, also via private email. Both were posted as late communications after noon today. This committee continues to circumvent the agenda posting rules, showing total disregard for the process and disrespecting city staff, other committee members, and the public. Late communications are not intended to replace or add entire reports. You are not above state law or city policy, and this practice must stop now. Regarding the base front, 1, the word "and" should be between forces and "the." 2, paid is better than made, the ultimate sacrifice. 3, the English translation of "tu kukian," either grateful country or national gratitude, should be added. 4, the English title should be above the Vietnamese title. 5, the word monument does not belong in the title. 6, the now 20 emblems have been revised again, still questionable and cannot be viewed well in the staff report, too blurry when blown up. 7, the rule of division level or above must have directly participated at Quang Chi have not been applied equally to both countries. There are 7 South Vietnamese emblems that are either not division level or above, or did not directly participate in the 81-day battle at Quang Chi. You have 2 options. A, remove those 7 from the front and list them on the back, or B, remove 5 of those 7 and list them on the back and add 2 United States Helicopter Squadron emblems and 1 United States Advisor emblem on the front for bringing the total to 18, 9 United States and 9 South Vietnamese. 8, the United States Navy, Marine Corps, and Army emblems look a little different than what's on the Department of Defense website, so please verify their accuracy. 9, no explanations provided for the 2 newer Vietnamese emblems, ARVN 2nd Infantry Division and ARVN Joint General Staff Advisor Special Forces. What were their roles at Quang Chi? 10, who will obtain Department of Defense approval for the United States emblem use? I don't have time to cover all the edits to the narrative, casualty, and participation list, so I have distributed red-line copies to all of you for consideration. Highlights include the battle was to retake Quang Chi City, not just the Citadel. The Citadel was a symbolic asset and the location of the final fight, but the battle victory was retaking of the city. The Quang Chi Citadel was renamed Dinh Quan Trung Citadel in 1955. The monument title and narrative should reflect that name as it was in 1975 to be historically accurate. Yes, the first citadel at that location was built out of clay and soil in 1809. But that is not the citadel that was retaken or the one with the dimensions listed in the narrative. Those reflect the completely rebuilt citadel in 1837 with brick. 4 meters is about 13 feet high. The photograph of the citadel from 1968 has a person standing in the archway, showing a more accurate total height of 9.4 meters, about 30 feet, including the pagoda on top, also according to Vietnamese and American sources. The agenda packet narrative has the wrong end date of the battle, later fixed via private email. Gosh, many of my previous edits were incorporated, but more are needed to ensure proper English grammar and sentence structure. When describing the dimensions, the correct form is with a, not with the, before height, etc. 19th century must be hyphenated as a compound objective. Several odd spaces were later fixed via private email. Commas, periods, and hyphens are misused throughout. First core should be I-core, according to sources. United States should be spelled out and was left off a very important sentence. The indefinite article before helicopter assault should be a, not an. Hyphens are wrongly inserted into 2-word proper nouns. Past and present tense is commingled. America's superior air power was added, but the entire paragraph needs to be reworked. Casualty list edits include adding combat or military to the title since no civilian losses are listed. North and South added to aid visitors. Country sources for estimates removed. Ranges replace exact numbers. The word killed used consistently. ARVN breakdown is removed, and further vetting and cited sources are needed. Participant list includes Citadel reference and title, inconsistent use of superscript for ordinal numbers, and further vetting of cited sources are needed. I know you did adopt some of the changes because I saw them in this version, but I'm asking you please to take a look at what I've given you and think hard about it and make sure we get it right historically and grammatically in English. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next one is the approval of the minutes on the,
Any more speaker?
no, let's go.
There are
to-
no other speakers.
Okay. So the next one is approval of the minutes on the May 8th,
May 9th.
May 9th, I'm sorry.
No thing to talk about, I move that they be approved.
We have, is there a second? Motion to approve and a second?
Can you verify again about the meeting minute on the Monday, May 9th? What information is that clearly for the other member, they may know?
The
Please.
meeting, the minutes are in the agenda packet, one of the first attachments. Was there something specific you wanted to refer to?
I don't have it.
I don't have it, that's one.
We don't have it.
Okay, I'll read one. Oh, it's the card. I have to read this one. Okay, wrong one.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Actually, I already read.
You read that?
Yeah, it's
Here,
well
we'll
done.
look at what, if
It's,
there's a question.
Well done. I mean,
Okay.
well done. Thank you for telling me. You're doing a
Yeah,
great
she does a good job.
all that. Excellent job, yeah. Very professional, very detailed and accurate.
This one is. Jesus, this one. I'm not
Okay.
sure this one is. Jesus. Not quite.
Yeah, we take a long time to read it. Can you read summary of that?
You want me to summarize all the minutes
Yeah.
are the
Yeah,
summary.
please,
Yeah.
okay.
We had speakers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 oral communications. Absent was Quang Nguyen, Chi Van Tran, Ao Trong, and Aiden Nguyen. We approved the minutes from the December meeting, and then we had discussion on the design of the monument with logos and inscriptions, colors and lighting. That was the, I believe that was the architectural plans that we went over. There was a motion to approve the translation with grammatical changes. That motion carried 8-2. And then there was a substitute motion to do 12 American emblems and 12 Vietnamese emblems on the front, and that was failed 7-3. The next motion was to approve the final front emblems as proposed. That motion carried 8-2. A motion was made by, to approve the architectural plans, but to add the English phrase, grateful country. That motion failed, 6-4. Another motion was made to approve the architectural plans as proposed. That motion passed 8-2. And the final motion was the final details, including lighting, dimensions, color, materials as submitted in the architectural plan, and that passed 7-2. And we adjourned at 8:18. We have a motion from committee member Robert Harrison to approve the minutes and a second from committee member Conrad Gomez. So I will do roll call vote on approval of the May 9th meeting minutes.
Yeah.
Sun-T Joe,
Yes.
Conwin,
Yeah.
Aiden Nguyen,
Yes.
Kenny Wong,
Yes.
Paul Lee,
Yes.
Hung Nguyen,
Yes.
Conrad Gomez,
Yes.
Man Kong Van,
Yes.
Robert Harrison,
Yes.
Quan Nguyen. The motion passes
Okay.
10-0.
Okay, so we go to the next item. It's unfinished business on the, as you know, on the June 29, we have the 5 small quantity committee meeting. I am Kenny Hoan, Dr. Quang, and Bob and Corin. Witness is the officer Vanessa and Jack Ngô. And in the principle, we agree on the content, the logo, and on the revised a little bit by Dr. Quang. But we all agree with that, and we're happy to submit it today as a final. So, any comment on this one? Anybody? Bob?
I have comments. I was in that meeting, and it was really good that we had a chance to communicate for the first time. Again, I sent out emails this weekend pointing out some of the inequities that still exist with the patches on the monument. This came about, okay, but is it working?
Yeah. Just gotta get a little closer.
There we go. Is this better? Yes, it is. Okay. Anyway, last week we had a meeting facilitated by the city staff, and it was held, and it was a good that for the first time we had some communication. I sent out emails this past weekend. After looking at the agenda and what we discussed on the agenda was that division and above patches would be included on the front of the monument and all below division would be included on the rear of the monument. Kenny had indicated that in our last meeting. But I really feel this needs to be applied equally to the American and Vietnamese patches. As mentioned in public comments, there are 7 below division Vietnamese patches on the front right now. And there's all kinds of arguments from the Vietnamese committee members for their division and below to be on the front. Patches for units not even participating at Quang, yet it is plain and simple for the American patches, it's division and above only on the front. You need to look at this. We just took an ethics class about fairness and all that. To move a few of the Vietnamese below division to the rear and add real American participants to the front. And this would be the 2 Marine helicopter squadrons, HMM 164 and 165, and the U.S. advisors patch, where some advisors gave their life at Quang Tri, and yet you have a advisors patch that has been added, which is from Saigon. They weren't even there. But they're still important. I'm not discounting the importance of everybody that participated in some way or another. This has been controlled from the beginning, and I've said this in public comments and meetings. This does not honor the American Vietnam veteran in America. I'm not against any of you. I'm against the process. And I'd like to later make a proposed motion of what I'm saying. If we cannot fairly and honestly work with the Code of Ethics, compromising to honor America, we will be rewriting history with a depiction that is historically inaccurate and does not historically honor America. And I would conclude, as I've concluded before, if you can't honor America fairly and equally, then the monument should not be placed on public land. It should be placed on private land. Those are my comments.
I don't understand is you say the real participant, is, but the real participant is worthy. The big unit, small unit, okay, in a comparison, the Vietnamese have a battalion, the big company, big, but small is, if we let it, the real equally is, you say, real participants, just only one advisor. We add in the back panel already, and the logo is we already add in the Marine in there already. And I want Kenny explain about the logo and everything to Bob and see, because on the 29th, June 29th, we already, it's got 2 hours, and in principle we agree with that. And then, right now you say we need to add this one, the 2 person in the vice chair, Kenny and Dr. Quang already explained to you everything, and we're happy to, after the meeting, we happy to go now, that's one, but, so I listen to you, but let Kenny talk about the logo and see what happened for that, okay?
Thank you, Bob. We appreciate that Firebirds and also Chengo and Vanessa Johnson been in the square table meeting last June 29th. and we all agree, and we committed to the final that we add more U.S. Army logo and U.S. Marine. I added before. So why we have American advisor, Marine Division advisor, and Airborne advisor on that battle. That is under United States Army logo. We agree that, and we committed. And also our advisor, Marine advisor, under the Marine Division, and also it belong to and under U.S. Army. That's why that include, and we agree, we committed. Some other like helicopter sub-units, small unit, even a Vietnamese or American helicopter and jet fighter. So it belong to and under the sub-unit under the United States Airport. And the other unit belong to United States Navy. We all logo, we already include and put in front face of Predator Monument front face. So no, that's why I don't think we have to put more like you say advisor logo and also a helicopter, something like that. More logo in front face of the Predator Monument wall. That I think so. Okay, Dr. Quang.
It has been mentioned that 7 of the logos there do not belong. So I would like to know which 7 logos up there do not belong so we can discuss, because there's a lot of misunderstanding about how the structure of the South Vietnamese military is structured. Not everything is division. There's groups, there's the police, the national, the provincial forces, they're not in a division. But when you put them together as a combined force, they're more than a division. That's what I've been trying to explain. Like the Ranger, they don't call division, but they have many groups that when you add the many groups together, it's 5 divisions. So you cannot base on that. And the Airborne Ranger, they are a group. A group is 5,000 men, that's near a division strength. And the police, they're divided into region. They're not divided into division. They're divided into military region 1, 2, 3, 4. Just like the regional forces, they're divided into region because they're composed of small unit. But you put all the unit together, it's a lot of men. It could be more than a division strength. So I like to try to explain why there's still an argument that 7 of those logos don't belong there. I mean, what are you basing it on?
Got a question for you. Do those units always fight together? As you said, the National Police, this and that, as those groups, as you just described them, do they fight together on a continual basis?
It's a long battle, If you fight, someone's got to guard the back, and the cities have to be guarded. Whatever you take over, the troops have to be rotated. You just military, U.S. military, you have a force that come in and then take over, and you have to rotate the force because of the men that are lost, out of exhaustion. So there's always rotation of unit. That's how it is structured.
Yeah, because I didn't see when I was reading, I finally printed out the same cherry you have. I didn't really see where it mentioned anything about the regional forces. I know that there was a regional force of 6,000. Okay, now were they part of the Airborne? Were they part of the Marines? Were they part of, or were they the police? What were they?
The regional forces are under the 1st Corps. That's why we have the 1st Corps emblem. And the police, they're all under the 1st Corps. That's the 1st Corps, which is General Chung's command.
Because it's hard for me to believe that all all these small units combined into one would all be at the battle when General Trump doesn't really describe any of that.
Well, because he's describing the offensive, but we know that the police and the regional forces are the ones that are keeping order.
Yeah, because when he is given his report, he talks about the Marines, the Airborne, and the Rangers. And he doesn't specifically talk about, let's say, the Arvan Navy. He doesn't talk about the police. He doesn't talk about that. And I know that the Arvan Navy was the fourth largest navy in the world at the time. But they were all small vessels. They were Coast Guard cutters. There were no battleships. There were no cruisers.
We don't have battleships. We're not fighting.
Destroyers left over from World War II.
Yeah.
So in numbers, they had large numbers. But to facilitate what the U.S. Navy did with the 30 destroyers, the 3 battle cruisers.
Can I ask you a question? You're Marine, right?
You know, I'm not interrupting you.
No, okay.
Okay? You know, I listen to you.
All right.
Okay, so you see, that's where, you know, I was wondering, why is the Arvan Navy, put there? Because number one, I did not see anything, and I was specifically looking what they did specifically, because since the U.S. Navy was so heavily involved with the 5 carriers, and like I said, 3 battle cruisers, over 30 destroyers, I never realized how many destroyers they used. But then again, my question is you're putting them under one umbrella, and we do realize that, and we all agreed that if we had pulled out the United States Air Force, the United States Navy, and pulled them completely out of the battle, what would have happened? You'd have been defeated. And yet we get put in the back of the bus, or else there should be, and then 2, the reason they went to the battle in the first place was because President II was convinced with the superior American air power to be used. That would give the South Vietnamese military an advantage to defeat the NVA, because you did not have that in the first battle, and the first battle, they were ready for the NVA, and the NVA defeated the South Vietnamese. So you see, that's where I'm confused with all these little pieces of the puzzle that turn out to be a division. See, that's what I'm questioning. So tell me, what did the Vietnamese Navy do?
Okay. Can I answer? You're a Marine, right, Mr. Conrad?
Pardon?
Are you a Marine?
No.
You're Air Force.
The Navy.
Oh, no, I'm just asking a
I mean,
question.
the Arvan Navy. What did they do specifically?
Okay. Are you're Marine, right, Bob?
Yes.
Okay. Can a Marine be involved in a campaign without the Navy?
Yes.
Who would transport you to the location?
They have their own special units with their own ships and equipment and helicopters. And right now they're designed to go different parts of the world on their own.
Well, then what ships did you use?
The South Vietnamese, like I listed here, is the South Vietnamese first coastal region. The South Vietnamese Navy is divided into different coastal regions, and each coastal region corresponds to each military region. And each coastal division has its own command, its own admiral. So South Vietnamese don't have battleship because a battleship not used in Vietnam except for a few occasions when they need a bombardment. But they did mention there were a lot of amphibious landing. Okay, so when the South Vietnamese Marine do those amphibious landing, they use South Vietnamese ships.
Then why would American helicopter pilots, Marines, be bringing in the Arvan Marines?
Well, there were occasions when there are airborne assault, so they were involved. They would involve the helicopters, but not just the U.S. Helicopter. Also, South Vietnamese Air Force helicopter were used. So
Yeah.
the operation is not just It's both airborne and amphibious assault.
Yeah, because, at least, I can honestly say, we've got the names of the ships that we used, and yet I'd like to see.
Can you name me the ship that you use? Because I can come up with our ship in the First Military Region too.
Okay. If you,
Yeah.
Because I tell you what, it's hard for me to believe that these helicopters are landing on Coast Guard cutters and loading troops up and taking them in, off destroyers, if you had any destroyers there, and you mentioned that you had very minimal, if you had, 6, 7, 10, something like that? And were they there?
6, 7.
If so, why wasn't it really mentioned in the report?
It's unfortunate we don't have a South Vietnamese Navy veteran with us, but he will give you the history. Because, like I mentioned, there were a lot of amphibious landing, and you cannot have amphibious landing without ships.
Yes, but also, let me see. The general brought the Marines in on helicopters too,
Yes.
right? So they had to land on, if the South Vietnamese were with the South Vietnamese Navy, then what ships and what type of ships did they land on? Because they were using
There were
helicopters.
South Vietnamese Air Force helicopters that are from the South Vietnamese Air Force.
Because I hear
We don't have an aircraft carrier. We don't have any big ship that are, most of our helicopters are from the Air Force.
Yeah, because from my understanding, it was predominantly U.S. Forces that were helicoptering, will bring them in on helicopters, not the Vietnamese.
No. That you're saying that we don't have helicopters, we don't have ships.
No. I never said that.
No.
did I said you had the fourth largest Navy in
Right.
the world.
So there you go. We have the fourth largest Air Force, the fourth largest Navy. So can you imagine those forces are not involved in such a battle?
No, what I trying to figure out is what kind of ships you use to use these helicopters lift-offs.
Excuse me, may I have a little comment?
Okay.
Okay, at this meeting, they now here, I don't think we bring back the long story to talk very much in detail. And also the unit, the order by General Quang, and also other brigade and division commander, the order step by step, straight down. And the General Quang order Region 1 Air Force and Navy must participate in that operation and also support to the ground force. Anyway, Mr. Charlie here, he also helicopter pilot. He carries airborne soldier to land in the north of Mijin River. Later, Vietnamese, too many Vietnamese helicopter, I don't know, the team battalion, it carry and fine also to support that battle. Even Navy, from Cửa Việt, from Da Nang to the, Thuận An, then Cửa Việt. Yeah, they support out from offshore. It not mean nothing. The Navy, they already order and they help and support the ground force. To recap, in that battle, Mr. Charlie, he is the helicopter pilot. He carries us landing and help us to protect our unit. Mr. Charlie.
The time before the occupy the Quang monument, my company, a group of the 25 helicopter, bring on the airborne from the south to the north up the Mijin River. And then, it's far from, that's not on the citadel yet, at least about 2 miles, 3 miles, and then they start to walk, and then they go through to that one, go to Clear, go to the Micha, go to the Citadel, Quang Citadel. That's the one. In the east, the Marine, they don't have any carry. They just only walk in. Okay, that's it. That's the one. Before the airborne to take over, occupy that one. But after they have the two plan, they bomb it, wrong place. That's the reason why General Trung pulled the airborne out and let the Marine in. That's the one. That's the reason why, and I don't see, the one is, I believe a General Trung book, okay, and believe whatever they write in the Pentagon writing, and we put it in. But if they say, I'm hurt, I'm listening to somebody else say something, we cannot put it in. A reason is that the history is a history, it had to be true, and then if we put something else wrong in out there, we ban the history. That is not worthy, so that's one. And then it, and then on the June 29, we all agree and we discuss a lot of those one. And today is the final. We want to submit it. We don't want to discuss to detail anymore. So that's one, okay. We already discussed almost 4 months. We discussed everything, the logo and the back, everything already. And of course we have a challenge, we have a common everything. But finally we agree with that. We agree in the content, principle, everybody agree with that. I don't want to keep going on, and then, and we don't, okay, that's the one that's my opinion, and I want to have the, final today to submit to the city. Okay. Any comment, Dr.
Okay,
Wood?
let me have other people comment. Mang?
Yeah, man. After that is
Well, I was directly involved in that battle, and I flew someday to mission, and I can vow with you guys that the Vietnamese Navy was directly involved, not only for logistics, but it's also, I flew on mission that to support them and to protect them when they do the landing at Viet. And then one of the ships is they have to transfer the soldier because the shoreline was rough. So they at Thuận An, very close to Quang Tri, that's a part of the Quang Tri. So I flew mission, and I know that many Vietnamese Navy guys, they want to list every logo in there. I say just like Air Force. We have many squadron, many division involvement. But us and the Navy was not directly had the boot on the ground, so we just say that Vietnamese Air Force logo will be there, the Navy logo will be there, but not anything less than that. We should not put subdivision into it, and I recognize the strength of the U.S. Navy support and the U.S. Air Force support, but again, we just like us. We flew the mission, but we're not actually on the ground. And many people in that abstract, they don't remember, they don't recognize that. Just like after the war, there's many medals giving out. None of the Air Force guys get anything because it's so abstract.
Bob, you want to?
Yeah.
You have a comment?
I do. I started this, and in the last meeting, not the June 29th, but our previous meeting for the committee, and throughout, it has always been said, division and above on the front of the monument, below division on the back of the monument. They're still getting recognized, okay? And that there are 7 that, I don't have it here, you've been provided it, of those that are division and below and not there. You have recently put a Vietnamese advisors from Saigon on the monument. I really feel that the American advisors who were on the ground with the ground troops in Quang need to be recognized. Yes, we agree. In principle, we agreed on June 29th. I also feel that our helicopter squadrons were a major part, and you read that in all publications. HMM 164 and 165. Helicopters were shot down. Then the Army helicopters, which I'm not asking for, they came in and rescued them from the other helicopters that were shot down. They rescued them, and except for the one that everybody got killed. I feel, even though we had in some principle discussed and agreed on the 29th, this would be a simple thing. You move a couple of division and below division Vietnamese to the back, and you put the 2 helicopter squadrons and the advisors on the front for America.
Okay, I want to...
I'm still puzzled. You mentioned the 7 logo, but you don't tell me what they are, Bob.
You had them last
Be specific.
the 29th.
We can explain every single logo that you want to...
Okay, let me add on the Bob Harrison comment. You know how many the Vietnamese helicopter to carry and pick up the body of the South Vietnamese soldier died and wounded? 8,000, even 12,000. And
I hear you.
Let me finish first, okay? We order Vietnamese airborne. We order Vietnamese the Marine. We order the Vietnamese helicopter to carry, to pick up the dead body, and also the wounded soldier to the hospital in Hue and Da Nang and Saigon. Myself, I also call the Vietnamese helicopter to pick up our dead body and wounded soldier. Not just only American helicopter. I appreciate it and honest the American helicopter pilot to help us to do that. But Vietnamese, we order a lot. I call the Vietnamese myself.
I accept
I already called Vietnamese helicopter pilot to carry, to pick up our soldier dead body and wound soldier to the hospital. Over 10,000, many more. So we not compare with that because the Vietnamese helicopter is under the airborne, the order, and under airborne control. So that way only one Vietnamese airborne logo, only one Vietnamese Navy logo, only one Vietnamese Marine Corps, only Vietnamese airborne. That only one include everything. All the sub-units, small unit and very small unit, each is included. Thank you.
Okay, you have on there battalions and groups that are not division and above.
Okay, let's go over them. I like to go over every single logo that you have questions, so we can have a chance to explain why it should be there.
Yes, there will be a lot of explanations of putting this group together and that group together and making it more than a division, but let's still honor America. I need to see what I gave you at the 29th.
Can I have a very short question? Okay, what did we do? What did we do on the June 29 meeting on square table, what did we do? What did we agree? What did we commit it? That's my question.
Bob answered the question of the Kenny question. What did we do?
Yourself and Correct Gope and Pole, me, Dr. Quang, and also two city appointment staff, witnesses, Vanessa Johnson and also Judge Ngo. We are been in that meeting, and what did we do, and what did we agree, what did we commit it?
I'm just going to throw a few out there. Number 11 here, the RBN 81st Airborne Commando Battalion. That's not a division or above.
They're not a battalion.
That's what it was listed as.
No, it's a group.
Oh, it's a group. It's not a division or above then.
A group is almost like a division.
Almost like a division. The criteria here was division and above on the front of the monument. Number 16, RBN Armor Regiment. That's not division and above.
That is actually Armor Brigade, not regiment.
Well, it's not a division or above. Number 4 is your advisors. RBN Joint General Staff Advisors, Special Force Central Command. They're important. They're a part of it.
No, that's not correct. That's Joint General Staff. Has nothing to do with.
Okay, but is that division and above?
But that's the overall command of the whole campaign.
Okay. The American advisors were a major part of that
can I interrupt
battle.
real quick? Bob, I think you're looking at something different than everyone else is looking at.
Yes, that's true too.
Yeah.
They reordered them and moved them around.
No, this is what we're looking at, Bob.
I know, but it's hard to see.
Yeah, you can borrow mine.
No, wait a minute. I got one here. It's hard to see. It's not clear. And there's no number description related to it.
The last time we have a document, and last time we got.
Okay, I think we go back to the June 29 meeting, and what did we do, and what we agree, and we committed, and that is the final. And today we've been to the meeting, and so we go to the final approval, and then we send to the city appointment for next meeting. I think now here Vanessa Johnson here and also Jack Ngo also here today. They may know everything we did. So we go ahead, Mr. Chair, Paule, and then we motion and that we go to the vote.
On the 29, we agree with that one. If the 29 we don't agree, we don't have it today. Okay. The reason we have today is because we have it final, and everybody happy on the 29, June 29. And the two officers, Vanessa and Jack Ngo, agree with that. And just only a couple of words is Dr. Quang is a change already, the English and just a minor, not a big problem. And on the logo, everything in there already. And the first one, in a long time, you say when the American Marine logo not in there, and we put in there already. right there. Is that right, Bob? The Marine is there already, right? The logo.
I apologize.
We had Marine logo, we have a
Oh,
United
okay.
States
Yeah,
Army.
we added the Marine logo and the Army logo, division and above.
No, we had to go back to June 29 meeting, and we did agree and we committed. That's the final. How can you print back everything?
So,
Sorry.
We already explained to you that the way the Vietnamese military is organized, sometimes it's not called division.
Okay.
That was what was said from all previous meetings, division and above. And there's just different arguments to substantiate all of the patches for the Vietnamese on the front and to limit America. We can move this thing on. I'd like to make a motion, and we can vote it down, and then you can make your motion. I'd like to make a motion using the Code of Ethics as our guide to move 3 of the below division Vietnamese patches from the front to the back and replace them with the American patches of the 2 U.S. Marine helicopter squadrons, HMM 164 and HMM 165, and an advisor patch, some who gave all, where you have your advisor patch on there, and I'm sure everybody's important.
I have a question for you. So which is the 3 logos you want to move?
It's your choice.
No.
First of all, motion.
Okay, so Bob, he want to have a motion, say again, for the clear, and we understand for that, okay? What the motion?
Okay, to restate it, I would like to make a motion to have 3 of the division or below division Vietnamese patches moved to the back to make room for the 2 Marine helicopter squadrons, HMM 164 and 165, and a Marine advisor patch.
I second it.
Okay.
Okay, so we're moving, the motion's to move 3 division or below Vietnamese patches to the back and add, I can't write that fast.
Okay, that's fine, that's fine. I want to move 3 below division patches to the back
Yes,
and to have the U.S. Marine helicopter squadrons HMM 164 and HMM 165 and an advisor patch for the U.S. military to the front.
okay, I'm going to repeat this for my own self. So the motion is to move 3 division or below Vietnamese.
No, below division.
Below division, got it. Sorry. To the back and add the U.S. Marine helicopter 88M 164 and 88M 165 and an advisor patch to the front.
HMM 164 and HMM 165.
Noted, thank you. And the motion was made by committee member Robert Harrison and seconded by committee member Conrad Gomez. Do a roll call vote.
I don't see any, the logo here is below division. So I vote no.
Con Nguyen?
No, no.
Yeah. Help them out.
No, he
But you vote for him.
vote for himself.
Vote for him.
The vote. Okay.
What you
No.
want? No?
No.
Okay.
He said no.
Real democratic. In the name of God.
Aiden Nguyen,
I didn't win, no.
Kenny Hong,
I vote no because it's not reasonable.
Paul Sad Lee,
No.
Hung Nguyen,
No, not clear yet, so.
Conrad Gomez.
Yes, because they deserve it.
I'm sorry, yes.
Conrad say yes.
Man Kong Van.
No.
My apologies.
It's a no.
Thank you. Robert Harrison,
Yes, because it's fair and honest.
Quan Nguyen,
I will vote no because there's no specific information of what we're voting to take off and what we're voting to put on. What is an American Advisor patch? I don't see any example. And which three are we taking off? I don't know, so I have to vote no.
motion fails 8-2.
Can I have, say? Obviously, most of us will vote no because this is the squaring, but however, these two squaring belong to a wing.
Yeah.
right? So do you have the logo for the wing?
So
Are you talking about
the
your
wing
Vietnamese
level.
patches?
Okay,
Yes.
already voted. You don't discuss anymore. Okay, so that one is A2. Okay, that's it is right, Felicia. So
Correct, yes.
there's
Well, I just
no more
want to open
discuss.
For compromise, yeah.
That's why we're here.
The next one.
Okay.
Next one is the front face, the logo, front face logo of
Is that
the
what you see
money.
on your screen?
Yeah. Okay. Let me explain to all the of us right here. After June 29 meeting, special meeting, that Bob Harrison and Conrad Gomez asked me to add United States Army logo and also 7 airport logo to the front face of the monument. I did it. That's what I complete, and now it's ready to vote because that is the logo you provide to me. I asked you and Conrad Gomez 2 or 3 times by my message and my email that you must and you have to provide me, send me the right and correct logo of United States Army and 7, airport here. No, I got it here.
Hey, Kenny.
Okay,
Kenny,
that
we
is
did provide it to
all
you.
the
I
logo.
did send it to you.
Okay.
I sent you the 7th Air Force, and I sent you the U.S. Army,
Yeah.
all in one email.
Yeah. That is, I put your logo in here. That's why I already did. Okay.
Yeah,
Now
because you
it's
had the wrong
completely finished and done. Now we vote.
Do you want to go over the other pieces that we discussed at the meeting?
Yeah, we did. Because they sent me all the logo. That's why I did.
No, I meant the entire committee.
Excuse me.
The whole committee?
Yeah. The whole committee understand what, look at the in front. Back to, please. See the logo panel?
Yes.
Up, move it up, please. No, the logo.
Yes.
Yeah. You see, the top row from the left is United States Army.
Okay.
And then next one is,
Next.
yeah. And the
The top right?
Yeah, top. Yeah, the first one,
This one?
at the United States Army.
He's talking about the second.
You see that, right?
Yeah.
And the second row in the bottom, the first one is United States Marine Corps logo.
Right here, right here.
And the next one is 7
7.
Air Force
Fleet.
fleet. I did everything, and I listened to Bob and Cornet Gomez. I did completely done. It's fine.
Right, because you had the wrong logo, there was no logo of B-52 because that didn't exist. It was the 7th Air Force.
Yeah, you're right, because we did agree on that meeting that we remove the B-52 logo and replace the 7th Air Force. That's it, I did.
And at this situation here, we're adding the Marine, even though at that city council meeting, you had taken it off, and then it was suggested. So this is, I think, the official vote for the Marine Corps to be on here.
Yes, that's why we had the smaller
Yes.
meeting to facilitate those changes, yes.
Okay.
Okay,
So how about do you want to do this piece by piece? We'll start with the front panel.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean,
Kenneth. He want to know on the logo, the name on the logo.
I had to read that.
Okay. We want to make sure everything is clear, you know.
I think the second on the top row, the first is the United States Army, and that one is United States Navy. Navy. And the third one is 7th Fleet Carrier, and the 4 is United States Navy. And next one is Vietnamese Airborne Division, and that is Central Command in, I don't know what to call that. And the next one is the first court logo, and the net on the right, and the logo of Vietnamese, South Vietnamese Marine Division. And next one is and special, Ranger. And that one is Armored Forces. Armored Forces. And the bottom row, the first one is United States Marine logo, and that one is United States Fleet, 7 Air Force. And that one is Special Ranger Force. Because you. And the next one, number 1, is the 1st Infantry Division. And next one, number 2, is the 2nd Infantry Division. And number 3, that is the 3rd Infantry Division. And that one, Quang Province Local Infantry Unit equally almost a division, because we have 4 battalion. 4 or 5 battalion. And that one is
regional
National Police Force. And that on the right in Vietnamese Air Force. And the last one on the right is the Vietnamese Navy. So we are done.
This is
Or
joint
done.
general staff, it's not
Okay.
advisor staff.
Okay, that's what there's.
Whatever you give me, whatever you ask for, I did it. I done. I am done. Thank you.
So make your motion.
Okay, look like you have a question about Vietnamese Navy and National Police. Do you want to hear more information? Why is there? Okay, I have a friend. Actually, he's an engineer working with me for a long time, and he told me he was in that battle for the whole week. He was on a battleship near Da Nang, on the outside, to shoot the cannon into the country. He told me. So the Navy, Vietnamese Navy, it involved with that, heavily involved with that battle. And you have a question about the police. Yeah, the police, we have about 10 divisions, about 150,000 police officers. And, we have 2 divisions directly involved to the battle. Each company about 200 officers. So we have 2 of that because the police represent for the court. You're involved in the city, and if you want to go to the home, the house, so it must be, involved with the court, with the law. So that's why the police force is present. Even they don't directly fight with the communists, but they're there. And 2 divisions, 2 companies look like they're all gone. So that, the police contribute into that fight. And also the Navy. So I heard your question. So this, I give you more information. So they deserve to be here.
Yeah. I just want to add to that, how the police play a role is in Vietnam, you don't just have the NVA, you have the Viet Cong, which infiltrate in the city. And the police have to filter them out. It's counter-insurgency. When you have the SAPO unit, the VC running inside just like that offensive, the police are the ones that have to root them out. They're inside the city. They're not division outside, but they're inside the city, try to sabotage, set up bomb, blow up bridges. So the police are the ones that have to deal with those guys inside the city.
Yeah, well, you see, the reason I question that is because I work with the National Police, the QCs, Korean MPs, Army MPs, with the group called Allied Police, where I was at. And I never saw the National Police do anything other than law enforcement duties.
Okay, let me explain that to you. I think in Vietnamese world, even in the civilians and Vietnamese citizens also fight with the communists. The police force, they side by side with the Vietnamese soldier forces. We all fight against the communists, not just only patrol, not just only hang around in town, but they directly and indirectly fight with the communists, not just only patrol. And side by side, the same as the Vietnamese soldier. That I want to tell you. It's not just only patrol around the city.
I was a police field force officer, so I trained to fight in the city, and we arm like a Marine, and we fight like a Marine.
I do not doubt what you did.
And that's what we call...
And I'm not questioning you on what you did. I am telling you from my experience in 1967 to 1968, what I saw what the National Police did. They were just a law enforcement group.
This is before Vietnamization.
Yeah, it's this kind of a police field force. It's like a SWAT team here, but, we do more.
Black April at the Vietnam War Memorial, we asked a national policeman in his uniform, and he told us he was a division of the Army. He was a part of the Army, a subdivision. I don't know. Again, that's what a person told us.
We were on the battle of South Vietnamese War. And 1968, when the communists attached to the Saigon capital and Hue and Da Nang, and also the United States Embassy in Saigon. Police force, they do a good job. They fight very strongly against the communists, side by side with American soldiers, side by side with South Vietnamese soldiers. That's the real force. It's not just, one more time, it's not just patrol the city.
Not questioning you.
Yeah, that's why we have the police logo in there and represent all the force of the South Vietnamese armed forces.
Let me add a little bit to Kenny about the police. We have 2 kinds of police. The one police is a group to patrol in the city, and another police is a fighting. Okay, the fighting is like okay, like the Manfork take over to that village already, and they relieve it, and less police to control that village and everything, okay? They have a gun, they have a support, everything on the everything, the Manfork have it, they have it, okay? They have artillery, they have everything. They have,
Okay.
that's the one, okay? So I say two kind of police, in the Quang monument, Citadel take over, they have, first of all, the Quang company police, they go to Da Nang, they recruit with the 13 prosecution, and two company, they go along with the Marine, go to the coast, parallel to the coast, go to the Quang Citadel, but they stay behind, but let the Marine come up to the Quang Citadel to occupy that one. They don't go along with the Marine, but they involved. They involved the two company of the police fighting police. So that one. Okay.
Mr. Conrad?
What I have in mind is that will be a very hard for the next generation to understand. But during Vietnam War, especially toward the end of the Vietnam conflict, there is a special kind of police that they call tactical police.
Tactical police.
They have their arm. Almost like SWAT. But this is the division level, and they involve in kind of all kind of war directly. However, from the air, I don't know if they directly involved in the Quang.
Let me just answer Mr. Conrad. Your experience 1967 is different from 72.
Yeah.
Because in 1967, there were 500,000 Americans in the Vietnam. By 1972, there were much less. So American MPs play a large role because there are a lot of American soldiers there. But by 1972, Americans are almost gone. So the Vietnamese police have to fill the gap. They play a very important role when American left.
No, I do agree that what you just said, because when I was there, the area that I was at, it was dealing with the Viet Cong. Okay, and I was on two certain stories with the Caravan Army, and never at any time did the National Police, all they wore was their white shirts and their gray pants and their gray hats. They never got involved in anything other than sometimes we turned over a prisoner to them or something like that. When I went to I-Corps, we dealt with the MVA. Now, there, obviously, being a Marine base, there would be no National Police, so I didn't see anything there, or we didn't see, we never were in contact. But you are right, but then in 72, you're right, it was a conventional conflict now, where the war was on your shoulders, not ours.
Okay. So is that's everything common done already, right? So I want to today, I want to they approve, the summary of the June 29. I want a motion for that one on the content. Over here, okay.
Chair, I think we should go through each one of the attachments separately.
Yeah. The first one you approve for the logo, okay? The motion from the logo, okay?
As depicted here, as you see on your screen, as no changes.
No change, okay.
No sense.
Okay.
So the logo.
next one.
Okay, so the motion is to approve, go ahead, Jake.
No, just before, I want to make sure that, again, the members, just please don't talk to the other when you vote. Xin mấy anh mấy chú là đừng có nói chuyện với người khác khi mà mình vote nhé. Cho nó thông được. Okay, thank you.
Remember that, okay? Okay, so
Maybe Jake should say the motion in Vietnamese too. Maybe that'll be helpful.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we do.
If you don't mind. A motion to approve?
Is anyone second?
No, not yet.
I second.
Me second too.
Yes. Xin phép Jake repeat lại cái motion là chấp thuận những cái logo được đưa lên cái bảng là không có gì thay đổi đang trước mặt của committee member, thì xin quý vị đừng có nói chuyện khi mà mình bầu. Khi mà gọi tên thì cứ nói yes hay là no tùy theo, nhưng mà đừng nói chuyện. Dạ, có ai có câu hỏi gì không ạ?
Okay.
I just repeat the motion, just want to make sure the motion to make cái motion là được Chairman Paul make motion, rồi Dr. Quân Nguyễn là người second.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, roll call vote. Sun Chi Do,
Yes.
Con Nguyen,
Yes.
Aiden Nguyen,
Yes.
Kenny Huang,
Yes.
Pao Sao Lee,
Yes.
Hung Nguyen,
Yes.
Conrad Gomez,
No.
Man Kong Ban,
Yes.
Robert Harrison,
No.
Quang Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion passes 8-2.
Okay, next violation.
Okay. I'm going to go to the late communications that was provided.
Yep.
This is the
Summary.
summary of the battle to retake Quang Tri Citadel in 1972. And this was late communication, and it includes an illustration of how this narrative will be laid out. So this is the panel, and this is the same text just laid out in 2 columns.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's okay, thank you.
Can you make the print larger on the screen, on the computer?
It's a large full screen one.
Thank
Do
you.
you want me to zoom into something, okay, sorry. I can read the English aloud if you want.
Okay.
You know, during public comment, there was some credible information about correcting things. We could pass it with the idea of correcting those things.
The corrections that were handed out by the oral speaker?
Yes.
Well, we could go through this and what that looks like. The first is the date at the top here should be the 16th. Okay, that's correct.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, okay.
It's
Sorry,
just
it's
a
laid out a
typo.
little differently.
Yeah, it's just a
Be patient with
typo.
me. Built by,
I think on second paragraph.
yeah, here. Here, the suggestion correction, Citadel was,
Yeah, she's good. Let her do it. She'll
Chair,
help
it's
you.
up to you.
I can go through it quickly, that way, you know.
This is correct. This.
She's only trying to help.
I cannot repeat that. This is too small. Let me have one. You know, I have this one already. Oh, that one. I have it here. Okay. But this.
Okay. want to do now? No, not this one.
We did go over this. 28.
Jake and I, looking at the first three, they look like grammatical corrections. And then instead of abbreviating United States, actually spelling that out
The comma?
on this part right here.
Còn lên Lê Minh Ngọc chứ không phải Lê Văn Ngọc. Lê Minh Ngọc. Sai. Lúc nào vậy?
I got a question. On the bottom paragraphs, we, in the beginning part, it says the word city. And on the very title, on the top title, it says battle to retake Quang Citadel. And as we had agreed, and I think almost everybody had agreed that at that meeting, it was, the Citadel was part of the city. And we agreed on that one.
What a paragraph.
Right
It
here?
wasn't because, right,
You have to decide if you agree with it.
because every place else you've changed the city, other than at the very top.
Guangxi is actually a province, not just city.
Right, but the city is the capital.
So the symbolic of the citadel is that is what we're depicting on the
I
monument.
understand your logic,
Yeah.
but, what I brought up back at the meeting, and everybody agreed to, was the fact that, it was the city that was being liberated, and in your Texas, in your book, there, it does say where General, is it Trump, he talked about liberating the city, and then when they come to the part where they're in battlement of the Citadel, now their conversation changes, but it was the liberation of the province first, and then after that, after the province, it was supposed to go to liberating the city. But the problem was, is the president too got involved, and he told the general to take the city instead of the province. Am I right or wrong?
Yes,
So it's in the
because the
city.
citadel is a symbolic,
No, I'm not going
Right.
to disagree with that.
Right.
I agree with you there.
Right.
You don't have to say any of that.
and they
But in the
tried to
pro-
take over the city, but by the time they took over the city, they were exhausted, they were depleted of men, they could not completely
Well,
take over the
everything
province.
you're saying is fine, but the problem happens to be the Citadel was inside the city.
Yes,
Okay, so it should say the retaking of Quang City, not the Citadel. That's what we agreed to, because we did talk about that particular issue. And I brought up the same theory.
Right. For,
And I know the Citadel is very important, just like it was in Hue. I'm not going to disagree. But, they have a part there, the Battle of Hue and the battle for the Citadel. But the Battle of Hue comes first before you got to the Citadel, because it was part of the property.
I think because as soon as the air campaign involvement heavily, then we have the order not to waste any bomb on the northwest side of the river, and the general and everybody strongly believe that there's no way that we can cross that river. And if we, by any miracle, if we cross the river, and then we will suffer heavy casualty, just like the North Vietnam. So they, even before they come to Mỹ Chánh, they already changed, because I do air support gradually toward the city. So they already agree that we will not drop any bomb on the northwest side of the river. So that very early day in the retaking, we already have the order saying retake the citadel.
Yeah,
And
but
then-
all I'm saying is, no matter how you want to talk about the battle or this or that or anything like that, the citadel is in the property or the county of, Quang Tri. That's the way it is.
But the
It's just like the LA Coliseum. If you went into LA and you fought, take the city of LA, you would capture the Coliseum. It's the same thing. In the very first part, and there's some other ones that I do have, where the general constantly refers to the city from the very beginning. When the Marines and the Airborne first assaulted, they didn't assault the citadel. They assaulted the city, and the city and the citadel is in the in the county lines of the city. So it shouldn't. It should say the city, or better yet, use what everybody's been using: the Second Battle of Quang Tri.
Excuse me.
Because I tell you what, almost every place else, they put down the second battle because nobody knows that there was a first battle.
Okay, Quang Tri Citadel is the main point, and the first point and first blade had to retake it. Because President tell the order,
We never
the first is
capability.
retake Quang Tri Citadel, then and explore outside Quang Tri skirt to Quang Tri town and the other bordering.
If you review your notes, it'll tell you that the Marines and the Airborne, they assaulted the city first. And they were on the outskirts.
I understand.
They did not assault the citadel first.
Can I explain? Can I explain? I understand you perfectly. You make a distinction between city of Quang Tri and the citadel. But you have to understand the Vietnamese literature from 1972. We talk about the citadel as the symbol of the victory. So when the image of the soldier raising their flag on the citadel, meaning they won the city.
President II changed the battle structure. Instead of going after the province, he wanted the city taken. And he told the general he wanted the city. He didn't say the citadel, he said the city. That's in your notes.
I'm not disputing that. I'm just trying to explain that
I understand
the citadel is a symbol of the city.
The city was the symbol. The entire city was a symbol to the power of President II. So it's a city. And I know it's a sacred symbolic symbol. I'm not going to disagree with you. But what your president did and what the general was told to do was to capture the city.
But okay, I understand that part. I don't disagree with that.
The city.
But the citadel is where it's the highest point of the city. And when you win the citadel and you raise your flag, that means you've taken the city.
Well, first of all, you got to get to the citadel. And at the first time, the Marines and the Airborne had to go, here's the city. They had to come this way, and they were stopped at one occasion by the MDA. Then they moved forward after they eliminated the MDA. So they had to go in there, and yes, off to the right, there was a citadel. I agree with you.
No.
So but it was not the first part that it was attacked. Review your notes.
Okay.
He mistaken, but very early of the campaign, they say that we will try to retake Quang Tri. But as soon as we hit the first river, because Quang Tri divided into 3 rivers, the Mỹ Chánh River, and then what you call that is the first wave, and then we stop there. We say that it's very hard to take over each of the river, and we have to regroup, and then we go to center of the Quang Tri, and the other side is the Tet Tan River, and the general and way before that they already say that we only retaking the citadel because we will not have enough power to retake to cross over the river, and if we by any miracle if we cross over and then we suffer very heavy casualty. And then we will not be able to keep it. So that's why
the citadel is the last point at the river.
You know, the problem happens to be, that's your interpretation, but you're wrong, because the president of Vietnam told the general he wanted the city, and it's in your notes.
I still understand you.
Let me go back.
We never disagreed. He doesn't want Quang Tri City. But I'm trying to say that.
Okay, let me go back with Dr. Quang.
Yeah.
From first and priority for that operation is retake Quang Tri Citadel first. That is the order from General Quang.
Well, the verb is because
the first and important and priority is to take Quang Tri Citadel.
Right.
We are that.
And in Vietnamese verbs, it says city. That means we already take the city. The city is a small part.
Right. The city is a southern part of
So
the citadel. Is the northernmost part next to the river. Once you get there, you stop, because if you cross over the river, Tet Tan River, you're gonna have many casualties. So because the citadel is right at the river edge, when you get there, you raise your flag. That means you capture the city.
You're missing the point. The point is whether you got the casualties, whether the citadel is on the top of the roof of this place. It's in the city of Westminster, period. Okay? You can say all the things you want. You can say this or that. But it's just like the citadel is on top of the roof, but it's in the city of Westminster.
Okay.
Right, but we never be able to take the city.
I'm trying to explain. I understand what you're talking, but if you talk about, you read Vietnamese literature, it's always mentioned the citadel as the final point. It doesn't say the city.
I agree with them.
The citadel is always the final point.
Okay. Cora, I understand one thing. Let me tell you the detail right here, okay? Why they had to take the citadel first? You know, the city of the Quang Tri is on over. Okay, from the citadel to the north, the Viet Cong take over everything already. Why in the north they want to take citadel, and the South Vietnam want to take citadel? Because, you know, they want to use the citadel is the capital of the South Vietnam guerrilla, okay, before they go to Paris meeting, okay? So only 2 days, after 2 days, is the Paris meeting, they talking, okay? They just set up that one. They want to take the citadel is the capital of the South Vietnam guerrilla. And then 2 days after that, the meeting is, so that's the General Trưởng, they say, take it before that, okay? And up to the January 1973 is the meeting, Paris meeting is a start. But, you know, we start is the table. They already set up, and 2 days after that, on the 21st or 22nd, they start. That's the reason why, okay, Carol says the city of the Quang Tri is right, but citadel first, because they want to do that one.
I'll read you something from your report.
That's one, okay.
Page 67. By this time, this is the general talking, the enemy's determination was all too clear. He planned to hold Quang Tri City to the last man. He did not say the citadel. You know, Kenny, I know you're going to say it in another way. The enemy, the resistance was such that Quang Tri City suddenly became a cause to celebrate that attracted emotionally charged comments by public opinion throughout South Vietnam. Although it had not been a primary objective, it had become a symbol and a major challenge. They're not talking about the Citadel, they're talking about the city. Okay? Now, I know there's a part here in these pages, because I took from page 60, and I mentioned to it earlier, from 60 to 67.
General Chung's monograph, yes.
And then two, by accident, I collected pages 177, 176, and constantly he says the city. Okay? I underlined it, because just like, I should have brought that sheet, I should have brought it the other. But it's the city that was the prime objective, not the city.
Yes,
the Citadel would come along with the city victory.
Yes, Mr. Conrad, but the depiction is a monument of the Citadel. It's not the monument of the city.
Yeah,
Please.
of course, that's
The
right.
Citadel, it's a monument of the Citadel, which is a final point. Once you can take the city, but if you don't take the Citadel, it doesn't mean anything. Because if you don't take the Citadel, the North Vietnamese flag will still be flying in the Citadel.
You see, you're answering the wrong questions. I'm not going to disagree that if you take the city and you don't take if you don't take the Citadel, that the city is not taken. But what I'm telling you is the Citadel is part of the property of the city.
We're not denying that.
The depiction is historically inaccurate with the Citadel wall behind it.
I feel we're backtracking something that we already agreed on.
No, I'm not backtracking. I'm looking at this, what you looked at the other day.
Okay, let me go to the final comment and then Polly and go forward, okay? You know what, in general, President Governmental, he ordered to retake all the South Vietnam land and territory it held by the communists at the first and general, and then specify that every province, every city, and every other battle depend on what is important to retake first. That's why Dr. Quang and all of us here think the Quang Tri Citadel is the very first and important to have to retake it before we take outside and other Quang Tri territory. That is why Dr. Quang and all the Vietnamese South Vietnam, the people and the veteran, the Citadel is the main point to take it, and that way. And also, Dr. Wang said that, and we look at the too many articles. Quang Tri Citadel is the monument is what we do it for. Quang Tri Citadel battle, it's not Quang Tri the battle, right? We point in that. We have to understand that. I'm sorry, Conrad.
Okay, my response, since we used your information the other day, it basically says, first to destroy the enemy forces, then to recover and then to reoccupy Quang Tri City.
I know, I understand what you say, but we have 1,000 pages to many hundred pages. We refer to and we read on that, me and Dr. Quang, to many days, many nights, and to read on that, 1,000 pages, to many different writers, different story. We have to think about it. And I think we have a long time to get about it, right? We move forward.
Okay. On the summary right here, we discussed a lot already and I want to have a motion. Okay.
Chair and Vice Chairs, I think staff can agree with some of the recommendation from the speaker proposing some of the changes, grammatically correct. So we would like to see if we can incorporate those changes into the final.
Yes, I will do it.
Do you need us? I think probably have Vanessa to read those through real quick. At least we have.
Yeah, we did. We researched and we we had controlled by the Romanian officer in at the Quang Citadel battlefield, and they advised us. And we read a lot, 1,100 pages of the article. They write about the Quang Citadel battle. Thank you.
Yeah, there's just some errors that we'll correct. Some were already made, but the battle began June 28, 1972, and lasted 81 days until September 18th, 16th. See, I'm already getting confused. The South Vietnamese Army of the Republic of Vietnam, with the support of the United States Armed Forces, defeated the North Vietnamese People Army of Vietnam, PAVN, the ancient citadel of Quang Tri. Built by Emperor Long of Vietnam in 1809, the Quang Tri Citadel was later renamed Dinh Con Tran Citadel in 1955 after the famous 19th century resistance leader against the French. The citadel was there's a few changes here. So the citadel was a square structure with a circumference of 2,000 meters at a height, 2,000 meters, a height of 4 meters, and a 12 meters thick foot. It was surrounded by a wide moat and had a protruding fortress at each corner. Quang Tri City was part of the Military Region 1 and under the operation of the Army of the Republic of Vietnam.
Can you move it up?
First, oh, sorry.
You move it on the screen. Yeah.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. Well, like here.
Okay. Please proceed.
Where is it? Okay, here we go. Yep. In 1972. On March 30th, the North Vietnamese Communists attacked South Vietnam with an overwhelming force of 14 infantry divisions. By May 2nd, the North had captured Quang Tri and the South withdrew to form a defensive line at Mai Con River.
Mỹ Chắn River.
With a dash, right, without. Okay. On May 3rd, South Vietnamese President Nguyen Van Tu ordered Lieutenant General No Quang Trong to take over as the new 1st Corps commander. General Trong quickly restructured command and control, stabilized the situation at Hue, and planned for the counterattack to retake Quang Tri. He implemented a program to concentrate all United States and South Vietnamese air, naval, and land power for the upcoming battle.
So the correction was to write the word United States.
Correct.
One correction is done.
No,
No, how many more pages?
no, just stop it.
Okay.
Keep reading.
Operation Lam Sun 72. The Arvin Airborne Division under Lieutenant General Du Quoc Dong would make the main effort, attacking from the southwest side towards La Vang. No dash. In the lead was the Airborne 2nd Brigade.
No, that's here.
No dash, right. In the lead was the 2nd Airborne, Airborne 2nd Brigade, commanded by Colonel, Colonel Tan Quoc Lic. The Airborne 1st Brigade, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Lee Van Nock,
No, Lê Minh Ngọc.
No, Lê Văn Ngọc.
No, Lê Văn Ngọc.
Lee,
Minh.
Lee's M-I-N-H, right?
Hold on.
Lê Minh Ngọc, chứ
Oh,
không phải Lê Văn
okay.
Ngọc.
No, Lê Văn Ngọc.
Lê Văn Ngọc.
Lê Văn Ngọc.
No, Lê Minh Ngọc is the second brigade. The fourth brigade is Lê Văn Ngọc. It's right. It's correct.
Yeah, Lê Minh Ngọc is the 4th Brigade.
It's correct.
Very,
Okay.
yeah, very similar name.
Lê Minh Ngọc is second brigade, not the first.
I
Okay.
also made a helicopter assault south of the city. The Arvin Marine Division would launch the other attack from the southeast toward Tri Phong. Other branches involved in the overall campaign were the South Vietnamese Air Force and Navy, Arvin Ranger Groups, 81st Airborne Ranger Group,
No N, right?
No end.
correct. First, Second, and Third Infantry Divisions, First Armored Brigade, and regional forces,
Comma and N.
Comma behind Army Brigade.
right here. Let me scroll over.
It's and a comma. First of more brigade.
As a diversion, the United States and South Vietnamese Marines, you see those changes?
United States.
Yeah, spelling it out, yeah. Defeated amphibious assaults at Cô Viet,
Yeah.
no dash, to flank the enemy and then withdrew. American superior air power carried out 7,515 air combat missions, including United States Air Force B-52 strikes and tactical sorties. United States Navy 7th Fleet gunfire, along with the United States Army and Marine helicopter squadrons and ground advisors contribute to the battle. I feel like we talked, like that one was discussed, so.
Well, I wasn't at your private meeting, so how do I know that?
It's up to you guys. If you want victory on there,
Yeah, we talk about the chronology. That's still the battle haven't started yet. So we want to keep at that point to the battle until the end.
okay.
Then it's victory.
Victory. Change it to the victory.
The Airborne 5th Battalion reached the Quang Tri Citadel and attempted twice to raise the South Vietnamese flag. The first attempt was on July 18th, but was thwarted by North Vietnamese artillery fire. The second attempt was on July 25th, this time foiled by friendly, and this is the suggested change, friendly bombs that were dropped by friendly fire bombs that were dropped by fighter from jets.
No, friendly fire from jet bomb.
From jet bomb, is right? Okay.
Bomb jet.
Friendly. Jets, right, yeah.
From jets.
From jets.
Drop the word bombs. But then you don't know if it's bombs. It's actually bombs. It's not just friendly fire.
Yeah, from jet bomber, that's right, I think so.
Remove bombs after jet. On July 27th, facing more Vietnamese reinforcements in the battle, General Trong handed the task to retake Quang Tri over to the Arvin Marine Division. The Arvin Airborne Division would move west to block the enemy. Marine Brigadier General Bowie the Lan ordered Colonel No Van Din's 258th Brigade to attack from the southwest. No comma there. And Colonel Win Nang Bao's 147th Brigade to attack from the southeast side of the city. The PAVN had the advantage in number and artillery, but ARVN used their advantage in tactical air and naval fire power. There's spacing error.
You know, add the United States in there?
After 7 more weeks, the ARVN Marine 3rd and 6th Battalions regained control of the Quang Citadel and triumphantly raised their flags on the night of September 15th. The official flag ceremony was at noon on September 16th, 1970. Add a comma, not, yeah. Right there. The flag of the Republic of Vietnam once again flew over beloved Quang Tri City. The final credit for our victory should go to the individual South Vietnamese soldier, regardless of branch or service. His gallantry, courage, and determination were the highest standard. No less admirable were the sacrifices and hardships endured by the common South Vietnamese people during this long ordeal. While modern weapons might help turn the tide of a battle, they could never replace the individual soldier on the battlefield. And this was a quote from Lieutenant General No Quang Trung, commander of the ARVN 1st Corps.
Period. I want to make sure that this correct from who? This correction, who made it?
The oral speaker presented them.
Okay.
Have in front of you a copy of it.
This one
Okay.
that I passed out.
Most of it's grammar and sentence.
So on the your small thing, correct? As you, Jack more.
It's not small.
Jack have to correct that one. Or
I guess staff can make the corrections and resend it back to the committee.
okay.
I want to say that on June 29, on Square Table small group meeting, we discussed and on the summary of this article, one by one paragraph and one by one sentence and one by one word. We already discussed and make it correct. So now some different and minor change and something like that. So what going to do?
Why can't we pass it with these minor corrections being made?
And then approve it.
Yeah, I think these are just minor, nothing major.
This is grammatical errors, not.
Very dot,
Yeah.
comma.
We're not changing the story, we're not changing the.
No, we're not changing the context.
Anything at all. It's just grammatical, like errors, I mean, a comma here, a period there, just spell out the name of US, that kind of thing, but
Yeah, spell out
nothing
the
changed at all.
United States.
English grammar.
Okay, English grammar.
So that one is not a problem, not a big problem, just English grammar only, and then.
And I want to know who the final and the last person in take responsibility to correct it. And I will recite it and do it again on the 2-column frame on the City Monument Bay Wall.
Chair and Vice Chairs, would you like Dr. Quang Nguyen make these corrections? And then,
I can make them.
Just
It's,
resend.
Okay.
To send to the group.
It doesn't matter, the staff can do it. These are minor changes. I have no, argument against these minor changes. Yeah.
I think the best coming from the committee members instead of staff, so we not be involved in the making the changes according to.
Because we have, as the Vanessa Johnson said, that we have a very tight timing.
Yeah.
No
So no,
more time.
I think this one we still
back and
can.
forth, and we delay a lot. So what, Mr. Chair Polly?
Okay,
what do we need to do
Dr.
now?
Wong, can you take care the little chain and make a copy to on
Yes,
the
yes,
the
I can
member?
do that. I
Okay,
can do
this
it
one.
tonight.
Okay. Okay.
I think you should make a motion to accept this with the minor changes and let the staff do it so it doesn't delay it anymore.
Yes.
Okay, that's a good idea.
I second.
A motion to change this one?
But make sure that when Dr. Quang had to commit that, you had
Yes.
to take care of
No
that?
problem. No.
Okay.
No problem.
So that's one is you want to have a motion to change this one in the final, and then we go to another meeting?
No,
No.
no more meeting.
No, the meeting, right?
No more meeting.
No,
No
we
more
don't have
meeting?
another meeting.
Okay,
No, we-
can I
Okay.
clarify the motion?
Today,
This is just
the final approval with the minor change
With
on
the
the
minor
article.
changes.
Okay, final change, final approval,
No other
okay.
meeting.
Right.
So,
Minor
so
changes as we
everybody agree with
And
that,
that
right?
motion was made by committee member Robert
Okay.
Harrison. Was there a second?
I
Okay,
second.
Dr. Quang.
Okay.
I want second too.
We only need 1 second. 1 second. Yeah.
Okay. Go.
Okay, go.
So, xin nhắc tiếng Việt là committee sẽ chấp thuận những cái chữ này với cái minor correction, cũng giống như là những cái sửa chính tả rất là nhỏ, chỉ là dấu hỏi, dấu phẩy và dấu chấm với những cái từ spell đánh vần ra để cho các anh các chú biết nha. Okay, thank you.
Okay, then Dr. Quang send back to me and recite it. I put back to the two
Let us
columns.
do a roll call vote first, okay?
The city will
Okay.
do it.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Are we good? Okay.
Chín giờ.
So the motion,
So we want to make sure the motion. I think this confusion right now is whether the city staff going to be doing it or Dr. Quang going to do it. So let's make the motion clear.
At the city staff do it.
made by city staff.
Before we make a motion, can I have one? You know, the final year to say like the flag of the Republic of Vietnam once again flew over the beloved Quang City. I don't think that city yet, okay, but Citadel, right? In that moment, the flag, flew under the Citadel, not Quang Chi.
But
Why you guys mean different?
All the people of Quang Tri city.
They raise the flag.
So
After
that-
they heard, they raise flags.
You're kidding me, right? You, 1 minute you sit down, another minute you kill me,
Yeah,
Kenny.
no.
You know?
When you read that, and people will be confusing because the battle in the citadel, right? And then the flag raised up, right?
In the city.
So you not in the city yet.
No.
Okay. So we have to mean citadel Quang Chi, citadel not city. Okay, I get confusion. What between the two? Okay, you guys.
US blended to the two home, and I see, that's one, okay.
On the Vietnamese version and Vietnamese, lyrics of the music to Quang Tri
City.
No. The lyric after the battlefield is a difference. Okay, but the action right away in that moment. Okay, right?
No. On the flag right here in the picture is the moment when they raise the flag on the noon, 12:45 noon of the September 16th, at not September 19th on the midnight. That be all the city attend and see that with the city. It's not just only Citadel. Okay. Okay. Look at the picture, Hong. Okay. Now go.
So,
Thank you, Bob.
Okay.
Go.
So let's
Yes,
motion, okay.
once it flew over the citadel, the whole city flew the flag. That's what it's saying. Once the citadel, they raise a flag, the whole city
You always
is
see
all over the
that.
city.
Okay.
Many flags all over the city.
Looks good the way it is.
Okay, go.
Yeah, snap back.
Ông nói tới nó
Okay.
có vài cái chuyện.
Do the roll call vote. Sunshi, do.
Yes.
Con Nguyen.
Yes.
Aiden Nguyen.
Yes.
Kenny Hong.
Yes.
Paul Lee.
Yes.
Hung Nguyen.
Yes.
Conrad Gomez.
Surprisingly, yes.
The louder vote.
Robert Harrison.
It's like
Oh, I'm sorry.
Conrad, you kind of mess it up.
He's waiting.
Nam Kong Van.
Yes.
Robert Harrison.
I just want to make a short comment. It's like a bad marriage, the way we're arguing. It never gets any better. But I'll go yes.
Quan Nguyen.
Well, I can say that we can agree to disagree, but the final vote will be yes.
Thank you.
Oh, my God.
Motion passes 10-0.
Yeah.
Well done. Okay, one more.
No, two more.
Friend.
You got losses and you got.
Yeah. Yeah, I have that.
Tóm lược, yeah. The with me version.
Okay, and then we go to next one. Let's see.
Okay, so the respective, this was late communication as well, and this was the participation in the campaign by the Army of the Republic of Vietnam, the United States of America, and People's Army of Vietnam. There was some proposed changes that were also given out to you guys with the narrative. I could go through them. How about I go?
I think it's important to just put north and south because the visitors don't know the names of Republic of Vietnam, especially if you're in America. So that's why I added the south and north, because people don't know the military names or the, you know what I'm saying? We know South and North Vietnamese, we all know that.
We discussed this at the 28th meeting because the whole summary, we used the word Army Republic Vietnam and People's of Army of Vietnam. So it's very specific. Just like on this description, so we should be consistent.
Yes, there are some grammatical ones with the numbers, the THs, and the numbering. They're a little inconsistent on what was in the agenda packet. So those are easy fixes.
I think the second sentence, ARVN Marine Division, a brigade, it's not correct. 258 and not 256.
Oh, yes, 258.
I missed that one.
It's 258?
Yeah.
Okay. And then just adding an and in between these numbers and cleaning some of these inconsistencies up. And that's in the Republic, the Army Republic of Vietnam. Similar with, yeah.
Conrad can answer the million expenditures where you forgave,
For-
that's what it's called.
For the United States, similar, cleaning up some of the inconsistency with the numbering. And then it was proposed that the U.S. 9th Marine Expeditionary replace amphibious.
Expeditionary.
Bob or Conrad?
Bob, comment. You see that? Amphibious.
Can we go back to the Vietnam, the Ranger? Vietnamese Ranger Group. First, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh rental group. And he is the major, Chan Nguyen right here, he is the major of the renter. You know whether we use the group or we use the renter something? Chan?
Yeah.
We don't gọi cái renter group là cái gì?
Ranger, liên đoàn.
No, in English.
Đúng rồi.
This is from a ranger advisor.
And 1, 4, 5, 6, and 7 rental group is 5 units, right? Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
So ranger group's good? Okay.
Group or battalion?
No, ở đây tiểu đoàn.
Tiểu đoàn, tiểu đoàn đó.
Lớn hơn.
A brigade, the brigade.
Đó là battalion. Battalion.
No. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, that should be Ranger battalions.
No.
No, Ranger group. If you look at page 31 and General Chung's monograph, he mentioned first, fourth, and fifth Ranger group.
Group is 3 battalion, it's 3. It's not only
The
one.
first 3 I know.
So right now, go back to the.
Go back. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So U.S. Marine, we currently have amphibious brigade. It's proposed as Marine Expeditionary Brigade.
You think it's easier to understand
Amphibious, I think the way it's been said in books.
Yes, amphibious is what I looked up.
So that's the right one, amphibious?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, that's it.
And then also under the People's Army of Vietnam, some cleaning up the inconsistencies and the numbering, and I think we'll add an and before the 312.
Yeah, not.
Okay. Are we, yeah.
Mr. Định said that we need to use North Vietnam Church Army of Vietnam.
Oh, no. Right here, People Army of North Vietnam.
North?
Yeah, North.
Yeah.
We are some, just in North. Yeah.
V8 North.
Identify, you know.
Do we need south on the first one? Or that's
No.
Okay.
Don't you use the word Republic of South Vietnam. That's a VC word.
Okay.
All right, so can we make the motion and approve that?
Yeah.
No, you don't need to make motion.
We had to.
You need to, or no?
Yeah, we do need a motion to approve this one, and then we can move to the last one.
Dr. Quang, you want to make a motion?
No, you don't need to.
You want to make a motion to approve this?
I make a motion to approve the respective combat forces participating in the campaign.
Yeah, we do.
With minor changes.
I second.
And staff will make the changes.
Yes.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you catch that auxiliary is spelled wrong?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, yes.
Got that.
Yep. Okay, roll call vote. Sun Chi Do,
Yes.
Quang Nguyen,
Yes.
Aiden Nguyen,
Yes.
Kenny Huang,
Yes.
Paul Lee,
Yes.
Peng Nguyen,
Yes.
Conrad Gomez,
Yep.
Man Kong Van,
Yes.
Robert Harrison,
Yes.
Quang Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion passes 10-0.
One more.
One, and this. I think it's on the original, right?
And the casualty.
And the final one is
It's casualty list.
casualties. There we go. Yes, now I can.
on the first part. I know. It was on the original one.
Different sources say different things in the same country. I know that it's got a part like that.
Okay, so we'll go over this. I'm going to read as proposed, and you have some suggestions in front of you. Estimated losses in the battle to retake Quang Citadel in 1972. The Army of the Republic of Vietnam, 7,756 killed, and that's U.S. estimate. The Marine Division had approximately 3,500 casualties. That's a South Vietnamese estimate.
So we spelled out the whole thing.
South, yeah.
Why killed and casualties? Why the different words?
Yeah.
And the Airborne Division had approximately 3,000 casualties.
So either we use kill or casualty.
So should we?
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, we don't, the South Vietnamese estimate, they just say casualty. So I don't know how much kill is in casualty.
We should call casualty. We said.
Then put casualties on all of them.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, maybe casualty.
I knew that Vietnamese Marine Division told me that they have been killed. I had killed almost 3,500 and something, and then another 3,000 wounded. Casualty. The total is 6,000 something.
7,000.
Yeah, 7,000.
Okay.
No.
Okay. The United States of America, Armed Forces, 20 casualties.
Should be killed then.
Wait, I thought we're sticking with
No,
casualties.
no, we have to say consistency. We have to keep it this.
Kill. Eh?
No, casualty means wounded, right?
No.
Some were wounded, some were killed. That's what I've read. I know.
I read on the report that it said that they killed, not casualty. 20 have been killed.
Sound a little harsh than casualty.
I know.
I think casualty is a little softer than kill.
Yeah, casualty
Kill is-
means you could,
kill
you could be
dying.
severely wounded. Yeah, severely wounded, but not killed.
They say
Bob, will you verify that? Bob?
We keep switching it.
Okay, well, casualties? We'll use
No, hey,
casualties instead of killed?
Earlier, we said, let's just put it all to casualties. Right. And then now we're changing it back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. The People's Army of Vietnam,
North Vietnam.
North, right?
Yep.
Uh-huh. North Vietnam, right. 4,000 casualties, that's a North Vietnam estimate. 8,135 casualties, it's a US estimate. Are those two different things? I'm not.
How about
I think it
the,
should be kill, not casualty. Kill like dead, not casualty.
It's a little harsh.
We're casualties, but they're killed.
You know, in my idea, well, we should be differentiate between the two, the north, and the south. You know, in the south we can use casualties, or the north we can use the kill. You know, to differentiate the two different groups.
No, we have to.
I think we need to be consistent on that one.
You guys can't be biased in your
Yeah.
reporting here.
I understand.
I think it should say kill.
Killed?
All of them. No, there's no confusion when you say kill. Casualty, people will think, oh, they're not dead. but kill is kill.
So convert all to kill?
Change them all to kill?
Yes, kill is kill. Kill is not.
Consolidate the meetings to kill?
I want to add more that it around 4,000 killed in North Vietnamese, they estimate that just only the people, the army of Vietnam. How about the South infantry force of the communists, the local province infantry unit? They almost killed around 2,000 more.
Well, we cannot confirm North Vietnamese killed because they, the body just, if you drop a bomb on them, you will not find any body left. Yeah.
Count the boots.
And that might be evaporated too.
Divide by two.
Count boots.
Boots, I don't know if they remain even because it's
I have one more
B-52
reason
bombs is-
to say kill, because the North is the invader. So, when they invaded and they get killed because they're invader. And casualty, that's the, we defender.
No. Casualty. Okay, the committee member, how about with the local, the communist infantry? They die almost around 2,000 on the article said.
Vice Chair, we need to have some data to back it up instead of just say it's, something. So this is what we discussed at the meeting, that we need to have some data to back it up on a number.
These are more conservative number, but it's a lot higher, but we don't have any data to back it up. Because like I said, you drop the bombs on the North Vietnamese, you're not going to find the body.
Do we want to include both those estimates? The one from North Vietnam and the United States?
I knew that when we fought with them, and too many local communist soldiers got killed by us.
I think we should use the U.S. estimate because that's more accurate, because the North Vietnamese, they refuse, they don't say they have a lot of people getting killed. Maybe they 10 get killed and they say, oh, we have 1 or 2.
They always do.
The U.S. is a higher estimate for the South than the South Vietnamese, and you guys chose to use U.S. Again, I say take out the countries, just put estimates, ranges, and then nobody's going to get in trouble, nobody's going to question it, nobody's going to come back with a different source. You can't.
The U.S. at one time, I've seen figures as high as 12,000 because of the B-52 runs that were hitting in the very back part of where all the supplies were and where they were regrouping. There was one particular time they say there was a 52 strike, and you couldn't see the 52s when you were on the ground. You knew the 52s were there once the bombs started exploding, and the bombs would go at length to 1 mile, and they're usually 500-pound bombs. So they were talking about how one particular NDA unit was caught in the open in the supply depot area, and it took out 80% of them. So how much, was it a battalion? What was it? But I know some of the counts had to do with the Air Force and the B-52 strikes. They were catching the North Vietnamese in the resupply area they were grouping up. So they had a higher figure, and I've seen as high as 15,000. I've seen a low figure as 7,000. So, but the way everything goes, and I would say they probably ran about a good 8,000 to 10,000 casualties easy. Right around 10,000.
Okay.
That's what I would think.
Okay, so
But everything that they're throwing at them,
we go ahead to research it, okay, Dr. Quang? We put it later.
What you presented before, South Vietnamese estimate, they estimate like just one regiment alone, 80% dead. So that's 1,600 men. That's just one regiment. So his figure is very conservative. But, I don't have any proof for the 12, 15, 20,000. So
I do agree with you. These figures here are
This one and Vietnamese.
too low.
Yeah.
I would say that.
That's okay.
But again, I think we need to get back to what can we have the data to back up this data, these numbers. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of opinions, like, number might be higher or lower, but I think as long as we have the data to back this up, so, because people will fact check the numbers.
if they fact check, then these numbers will show up.
Yeah, so,
It's going to depend on which book you read.
Yeah.
Because that's the truth. I can pull out about maybe 3 books
You're
right now,
right.
and they will show you 3 different numbers.
The casual of the North is double that, okay?
Okay, we vote now, approve, and then we back check again.
no, we have to vote tonight. I mean, there's,
Yeah, we had to
they
vote
got to be
tonight.
done, because we cannot go back and forth. There's
Okay,
no
that's
time
why I
for it.
told you. We had to vote tonight, and we had to minor change.
So this is the last one,
Okay, not the last one yet.
With the minor changes that we talk about, like, adding the word north, or keep it kill consistently throughout, but not changing the numbers.
Kill. How the committee member, how we approve of it?
Instead of the casual, we use the kill, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's clear.
Okay, go.
And
We'll change
Casual-
casualties to killed, and we'll do consistency with South Vietnam, North Vietnam, the estimates, and then spell out United States.
Okay.
Okay, so let's vote that one. Okay.
question, do we need to leave a 4,000 killed by North Vietnam estimation?
Oh, just take it out.
We have saying that never listen to whatever the communist says. So,
we know,
whatever they
but-
said, they always, mostly they lie. So why we put it here?
We know with the fact check, but that's the.
It is a short, it is a
So we
short
should
stay.
leave the 8,135 killed by the U.S. estimation.
Okay.
That's the estimate.
Yeah, but we should get it off the 4,000 killed by the North
The
Vietnam.
reason I have the two number is just so you see how ridiculous the other
Okay, the
number is.
company always lie, so no problem. It's okay.
That's okay, we vote it. Okay, that's an estimate. That's an
That's the
estimate,
estimate.
approximately, Okay, so we,
So do you want to keep the Vietnamese estimate in there, or just remove it and then just show the U.S. estimate only, to be consistent with the one on top from the South Vietnam?
I want to remove.
So you want to make a
We
motion
vote
to remove it, or?
to approve, but we remove the 4,000 killed by the North Vietnam estimate, right?
Yeah. I have a motion to remove.
So can you include a motion to incorporate the minor changes?
You don't have to motion.
And then remove the 4,000 kill from.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Mình remove cái đó đi, mình activate của thằng Mỹ thôi.
Okay, yeah.
Do you have a second?
okay.
Vice Chair, second.
Decide to remove that.
Remove cái này đi.
Okay, that one is, the final remove the 4,000.
4,000 remove.
Just keep the 8,000, right?
Yeah. 8,135.
Okay, Chair and Vice Chair, I would like to see.
Remove 4,000, okay, remove the second,
No, the first one.
So can I,
first one, I'm sorry, the first one, and then keep the last one, okay?
Chair and Vice Chair, can I repeat the motion again?
Yep.
In English and Vietnamese. So in English, that we will change the word casualty to kill, so it can be consistent throughout. We adding the South Vietnam estimate, and then we adding the people of Army of North Vietnam, and then remove the 4,000 killed North Vietnam estimate. So staff will make those changes. So muốn tất cả mọi người biết rõ là sẽ thay đổi cái chữ casualty thành chữ kill, and then cộng vào cái chữ South Vietnam, chứ không phải là Vietnamese, South Vietnam estimate, and then cộng thêm cái chữ North Vietnam Rồi sẽ lấy ra cái 4.000
Lấy ra 4.000 đúng rồi.
từ North Vietnam estimate.
Yeah.
Yeah, so can we have, there's a motion by Song Chi-do,
Trudeau.
and then second by Vice Chair, or Chair. Who's second? I thought,
I'm second.
oh, you're second? Okay, all right.
Okay, roll call vote. Motion number 5. Sun Chi Do,
Yes.
Con Nguyen,
Yeah.
Aiden Nguyen,
Yes.
Kenny Hong,
Yes.
Paul Lee,
Yes.
Hung Nguyen,
Yes.
Conrad Gomez,
3 in a row, yes.
Man Kong Van,
Yes.
Robert Harrison,
Yes.
Quan Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-0.
We see this. We should take
To the council.
It's not another meeting for us.
Yeah,
It has to be presented, it's not a formal meeting.
have to go this one, just in case they ask some questions.
We need to approve for the Vietnamese version?
Okay.
No.
Well, the Vietnamese version will be changed respectively, I would imagine.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, you can do it too, there's Google Translate.
On the frame column.
So I think Vietnam, since we're not changing anything much from the English version, so I'll take care of the comma and a period. So we're not changing anything at all, from
In the
English,
Vietnamese?
basically, just grammatical changes, that's all.
Do we need to approve the Vietnamese version right now? No.
You can make the motion to approve it, or that was approved by when we approved the English version as well. It's up to the committee members.
Mr. Chair, we need to approve the Vietnamese version now or no?
We had to do it. We had to do it, okay.
You want to do that? Yeah.
Okay, tóm lược. In the frame, column frame. Tóm lược đó. Tóm lược trận đánh tái chiếm cổ thành Quảng Trị năm 1972.
Okay.
In the column, in the frame column.
I'm sorry, what happened?
You don't have it? I saw that I sent to you.
Today?
No, don't. There, right here. Okay, tóm lược trận đánh tái chiếm. Yeah, that one.
Tổng kết nè.
Tóm lược là okay.
Tóm lược, summary.
Summary tóm lược. We need to read that or no? Wait.
Do we need to read it? Yeah, we had to read it, okay.
Do you want me to read it?
Yeah, please.
Oh boy.
Mình lắng nghe mau chút.
I'm getting old too, so.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll read, try to read from here. Tóm lược trận đánh tái chiếm cổ thành Quảng Trị năm 1972. Trận đánh bắt đầu vào ngày 28 tháng 6 năm 1972 và kéo dài 81 ngày cho đến ngày 16 tháng 9 năm 1972. Quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa với sự hỗ trợ của quân lực Hoa Kỳ đã đánh bại quân đội nhân dân Bắc Việt tại cổ thành Quảng Trị. Xây dựng bởi Hoàng đế Gia Long của Việt Nam vào năm 1809, cổ thành Quảng Trị sau này được đổi tên thành cổ thành Đinh Công Tráng năm 1955 theo tên của nhà lãnh đạo kháng chiến nổi tiếng thế kỷ 19 chống Pháp. Cổ thành là một kiến trúc hình vuông với chu vi 2.000 mét, chiều cao 4 mét và chân dày 12 mét. Cổ thành được bao quanh bởi một con hào rộng và có pháo đài ở mỗi góc.
Có dư một kia có.
Thành phố Quảng Trị là một phần của quân khu 1 và dưới sự hoạt động của quân đoàn 1 Việt Nam Cộng Hòa vào năm 1972. Vào ngày 30 tháng 3, Cộng sản Bắc Việt đã tấn công miền Nam Việt Nam với một lực lượng áp đảo gồm 14 sư đoàn bộ binh. Đến ngày 2 tháng 5, miền Bắc đã chiếm được Quảng Trị và miền Nam đã rút lui để tạo thành một tuyến phòng thủ tại sông Mỹ Chánh. Ngày 3 tháng 5, Tổng thống Nguyễn Văn Thiệu đã ra lệnh cho Trung tướng Ngô Quang Trưởng nắm chức tư lệnh mới của quân đoàn 1. Tướng trưởng nhanh chóng cải tổ lại bộ chỉ huy và kiểm soát, ổn định tình hình ở Huế, lên kế hoạch phản công để chiếm lại Quảng Trị. Ông đã thực hiện một chương trình tập trung tất cả hỏa lực không quân, hải quân và bộ binh của Hoa Kỳ và Việt Nam Cộng Hòa cho trận chiến sắp tới. Chiến dịch Lam Sơn 72, Sư đoàn Nhảy dù Việt Nam Cộng Hòa dưới sự chỉ huy của Trung tướng Dư Quốc Đống và nỗ lực chính tấn công từ phía Tây Nam về phía La Vang, không có cái gạch ngang. Dẫn đầu là Lữ đoàn 2 Nhảy dù do Đại tá Trần Quốc Lịch chỉ huy. Lữ đoàn 1 Nhảy dù do Trung tá Lê Văn Ngọc chỉ huy cũng được thực hiện một cuộc tấn công bằng trực thăng ở phía nam thành phố. Sư đoàn Thủy quân lục chiến Việt Nam Cộng Hòa đã phát động cuộc tấn công khác từ phía đông nam về phía Triệu Phong. Các binh chủng khác tham gia vào chiến dịch gồm Không quân và Hải quân Việt Nam Cộng Hòa, các liên đoàn biệt động quân và biệt kích 81, Sư đoàn 1, 2, 3 bộ binh, Lữ đoàn 1 thiết giáp và địa phương quân. Để chuyển hướng địch cả
chuyển hướng địch cả thủy quân lục chiến Hoa Kỳ và Việt Nam
để chuyển hướng địch, phải cái cả thủy quân lục chiến Hoa Kỳ và Việt Nam Cộng Hòa đã dàn cuộc đổ bộ giả tại cửa Việt để đánh vào sườn địch và sau đó rút lui. Sức mạnh không quân vượt trội.
Can I mention? Nhưng sau đó không có đánh thiệt. They didn't actually attack.
After rút lui đúng không?
Yeah, so nhưng would be better than và. Because they didn't really attack. So đánh vào sườn địch nhưng sau đó rút lui.
Chữ và thế bằng chữ nhân.
Đổi chữ và thành chữ nhân.
Yeah.
Để đánh lạc hướng.
Để repeat lại là để chuyển hướng địch.
Để đánh lạc hướng và be better. Để đánh lạc hướng.
Để đánh
lạc hướng.
Đánh lạc hướng sao vậy?
Đánh lạc hướng địch phải không có chữ cả.
Đánh lạc hướng. Để đánh lạc hướng địch. Dấu hỏi phải một cái. Cả thủy quân lục chiến Hoa Kỳ và Việt Nam Cộng Hòa đã dàn cuộc đổ bộ giả tại cửa Việt để đánh vào sườn địch, nhưng sau đó
không có chữ cả.
Để đánh lạc hướng địch, thủy quân lục chiến Hoa Kỳ và Việt Nam Cộng Hòa không có chữ cả.
Không có. Ok.
Bỏ bớt chữ cả.
Dạ, đọc lại nhé. Để đánh lạc hướng địch, thủy quân lục chiến Hoa Kỳ và Việt Nam Cộng Hòa đã dàn cuộc đổ bộ giả tại cửa Việt để đánh vào sườn địch, nhưng sau đó rút lui.
Okay.
Sức mạnh không quân vượt trội của Hoa Kỳ với 7.515 phi vụ oanh tạc được thực hiện bởi các cuộc tấn công B-52 của không quân Hoa Kỳ, phi cơ chiến thuật và hải pháo từ hạm đội 7 Hải quân, cùng với các phi đội trực thăng của bộ binh và thủy quân lục chiến Hoa Kỳ và các cố vấn trên mặt đất đã đóng góp cho cuộc chiến. Tiểu đoàn 5 Nhảy dù đã đến thành cổ Quảng Trị và đã cố gắng 2 lần để
Cổ Thành.
Xin lỗi. Đã đến Cổ Thành đúng không ạ? Tiểu đoàn 5 Nhảy dù đã đến Cổ Thành Quảng Trị và đã cố gắng 2 lần để dương cao lá cờ Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Lần đầu tiên là vào ngày 18 tháng 7 nhưng đã bị cản trở bởi hỏa lực pháo binh dữ dội của Bắc Việt. Lần thứ hai là vào ngày 25 tháng 7, lần này đã bị phá vỡ bởi hỏa lực lầm của từ bom của phi cơ. Ngày 27 tháng 7, đối mặt với sự tăng cường của Bắc Việt vào trận đánh, tướng trưởng giao nhiệm vụ tái chiếm Quảng Trị cho sư đoàn thủy quân lục chiến. Sư đoàn Nhảy dù đã di chuyển về phía Tây để chặn quân địch. Chuẩn tướng thủy quân lục chiến Bùi Thế Lân ra lệnh cho lữ đoàn 258 của đại tá Ngô Văn Định tấn công vào phía Tây Nam và lữ đoàn 147 của đại tá Nguyễn Năng Bảo.
Nguyễn Năng Bảo.
Đúng.
Có dấu Á.
Dấu Á, Năng Bảo nhỉ?
Vậy là sao
Ok.
được? Ok, được.
Nguyễn Năng Bảo tấn công từ phía đông nam thành phố. Quân đội Cộng sản, có nên viết spell ra luôn ha?
Cộng sản, spell it out, yeah.
Cộng sản. Bắc Việt có lợi thế về số quân và pháo binh, nhưng quân lực Việt Nam Cộng Hòa đã sử dụng lợi thế của họ trong sức mạnh hỏa lực không quân và hải quân chiến thuật. Sau 7 tuần chiến đấu ác liệt, tiểu đoàn 3 và 6 thủy quân lục chiến đã giành lại quyền kiểm soát Cổ Thành,
Cổ Thành,
Cổ Thành Quảng Trị và dương cao lá cờ chiến thắng vào đêm 15 tháng 9. Lễ chào cờ chính thức được diễn ra vào trưa ngày 16 tháng 9 để cho chữ năm ha, năm thay vì dấu nặng, năm 1972. Lá cờ Việt Nam Cộng Hòa một lần nữa tung bay trên thành phố Quảng Trị thân yêu. Sự công lao trong chiến thắng của chúng ta cuối cùng nên thuộc về những người lính Việt Nam Cộng Hòa, bất kể binh chủng hay phục vụ. Sự dũng cảm, can đảm và quyết tâm của họ là tiêu chuẩn cao nhất, không kém phần đáng ngưỡng mộ là những hy sinh và khó khăn mà người dân miền Nam Việt Nam phải chịu đựng trong cuộc thử thách lâu dài này. Vũ khí hiện đại có thể giúp xoay chuyển tình thế của một trận chiến, nhưng không bao giờ có thể thay thế những người lính trên chiến trường. Trung tướng Ngô Quang Trưởng, Tư lệnh Quân đoàn 1.
Tôi thấy chỗ này không cần cái comma, chỗ nó đi thẳng luôn, dấu chấm cuối cùng.
Just jump, yeah. Where's comma?
Ngô Quang Trưởng không remove comma. Ngô Quang Trưởng Tư lệnh Quân đoàn 1 chấm hết.
Ok.
Ở phía trên này có 2 chữ có luôn nha.
Trên có
Yeah, có fix đó.
Trên cái đoạn thứ 2 đó, anh coi cái đoạn thứ 2 gần cuối cùng, con hào rồng và có pháo đài ở mỗi góc.
Yeah.
Bỏ bớt
Em thấy rồi,
có.
Yeah. Thank you.
Không bỏ bớt chữ có.
I got it.
Dư chữ.
Yeah, he got it.
I got it.
Okay.
So it's good. Bob and Congress agreed.
Of course.
No. I just was going to ask you one thing. How come you didn't have a translation in Spanish for me?
No hablo español. Sorry.
I would agree for Chinese translation.
Thì cái này, okay. Any more idea, anything now? So we vote for this one, okay?
Yeah. So go ahead. A committee can vote for this Vietnamese version with the minor changes that I just did. So
We work
we'll
together.
just talk about it,
Okay.
and then staff will make the changes. Anybody make a motion?
Motion to approve Vietnamese version with minor changes by the staff.
Okay, hold on.
One.
Besides which we approve it, Vietnamese version, and we also approve for the frame too, together.
Correct. So
Yeah.
it's going to be side by side like this instead of just one continuous, because it's easier to reading like this. Yeah.
So that motion for that one, okay?
Anybody second?
I'm second.
You second. Vice Chair. Ok, là bây giờ cái motion là phải chấp thuận cái chữ tiếng Việt với cái minor, với cái sự chính tả vài chữ, và sẽ làm 2 khung như vậy. Ok, thank you. Go ahead.
We'll do the roll call vote on motion number 6. Sanchit Do,
Yes.
Con Nguyen,
Yes.
Aiden Nguyen,
Yes.
Kenny Hong,
Yes.
Paul Lee,
Yes.
Hung Nguyen,
yes.
Conrad Gomez,
Sure. Yes.
Man Kong Van,
Yes.
Robert Harrison,
I guess, yes.
Quan Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-0.
So do we have the electronic version of these in Vietnamese and English? Can
Yes.
you email us?
Yeah, I did already.
You did
We
already?
have them,
In Vietnamese,
we have them in
Yeah.
Word from Dr.
But
Okay.
This is just a layout of
Yeah.
how that's going to visually look in this area on the monument.
So do you have this in Word document, or this is kind of
Word.
PDF?
Word.
Word,
Okay,
we have it.
So
Yeah.
we'll make the correction.
we do have frame in English already.
Yeah.
We already have
We'll
frame.
make the correction.
Yeah.
Have
So
Word,
hold on. So we have the estimate losses and tương quan lực lượng của bên Việt Nam đó, bây giờ mình cũng như mình theo cái người Mỹ là bên phía bên tiếng Mỹ là mình approve luôn ha, mình final luôn.
Which both already approved?
Both approved. Okay.
English approved already?
So we'll make the changes in the Word documents and send them back out so that we can get an update on these visuals to provide to council,
Okay.
okay?
We need to sit down, work together, and then we
I
final.
need it tomorrow,
Yeah, tomorrow.
yeah.
So we'll correct it tomorrow morning?
Yeah. Okay.
We'll correct it tomorrow morning. We'll
Morning?
email
What time?
email to you, and then you can put on a frame and email back to us.
At the coffee time, or maybe 10 o'clock or 11.
First thing in the morning.
11 o'clock, okay, or 10 o'clock, or
We'll get it to you by 11,
Yeah.
yeah. We'll work on it and get it to you right away, and then you can get it back to us.
okay,
And we can
tomorrow.
add it to the staff report,
Okay, I work.
City Council.
I do it today, tonight, and then tomorrow I will renovate and I
I'm
send
not sure
to
I can
you.
get it to you tonight.
I try to, no more time.
I'm sorry.
I've been working since 6:30.
Okay, anything else we need to discuss, everything?
There's no other items on the agenda.
Okay, so
You can adjourn the meeting?
you want to close the meeting?
Adjourn the
Okay,
meeting
thank
at
you.
9:28?
Should like 15 minutes, yeah. 15 or 13? 13 or
Next
15?
meeting,
Next meeting,
So yeah, so we will bring this back to the council on the 13th, which is next Wednesday,
13 on the,
13th,
13.
July 13th at 7 p.m.
okay, 13.
Our member committee, remember, July. It's gonna be. 13, right?
No, that's one is city council member.
City council.
We will here, but city council, not committee.
But that's why we need we'll get the stuff back from you, because we have to present it to them final by like Thursday morning at the very latest, if Tammy can work that fast.
Okay. So, anyway,
So this is the last
thank you.
meeting, right?
Okay,
As directed.
okay.
We'll
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
adjourn the meeting at 9:28, Chair?
Yeah, right.
Okay, perfect.
Good night. Thank you very much.